All right, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Law Amendments Committee for today, October the 30th, 2023. Welcome everybody here today who's presenting. My name is Brad Johns. I'm the MLA for Sackville-Uniacke as well as Minister of Justice. I'll be chairing most of the meeting today. Before we go to introductions, it is October 30th. I'd like to recognize today's my mom's birthday. So I would like to wish my mother a happy birthday since she watches this. She's my number one fan, the only person who watches me, but hey, happy birthday, Mom. So I'd like to start things off. I'd ask members of the committee if they could identify themselves for the record, and we'll start with the government side, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Steve Craig, and I am the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Melissa Sheehy-Richard, MLA for Hants West.
Good morning, MLA Pat Dunn from Picture Center.
Good morning, everyone. Dave Ritzy, MLA for Truro Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Good morning, everyone. Derek Membercat, MLA for Sydney, Member 2.
Good morning, everybody. Fred Tilley, MLA, Northside Westmount.
Good morning, folks. Kendra Coombs, MLA for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Good morning, Claudia Chender, MLA for Dartmouth South and leader of the Nova Scotia NDP.
Thank you very much, members. I'd also like to recognize with us today Ledge Council. We have to my right Gordon Hebb and to my left Killian Schimler. I'd like to ask everybody at this time to please put your phones off or turn them on vibrate. And I would remind everyone who's attending in the audience, I'm sure this doesn't need to be said, but to please be respectful at all times to all speakers. There's be no shouting or cheering either for or against what's discussed or any disorderly behavior. I'd like to remind members that nobody is to take pictures or video of anyone other than the accredited media. Presenters are asked not to use props of any kind. If presenters do have handouts for committee members, please provide them to the pages for distribution. Copies of all written submissions on a bill that have been received by email up to the time when the bill is reported back to the House or in person during an LAC meeting will be provided to library staff and posted online. Submissions received after the bill has been reported back to the House are distributed electronically to LAC members only and are not posted online. All presenters here today were requested and required to provide notification that they wish to speak to Ledge office. So we will be proceeding from that list. The agenda listing the order in which presenters will be invited to speak is available. It's on the corner of the desk to my left, if anyone would like that. I would ask that when your name is called, you please come forward, state your name, how you would like to be referred to by committee members and any organizations if you represent one. Presentation time. If there are 8 or less speakers signed up on a particular bill, each presenter is allowed up to 10 minutes to address the committee with 5 minutes of follow-up for questions from committee members. If there are 8 or more presenters, then once we hit number 9 and onwards, we'll have 5 minutes to present with up to 5 minutes for questions from committee members. I would ask, since we're in a very small room here, that once a speaker has concluded their presentation, that they would then leave the room in order to allow other speakers to come forward. I would remind committee members that each member will be allowed one question until everyone has had an opportunity to ask at least one. If once everybody's had one question, if a member has a second question, we'll recognize them as long as time permits. So with that, we will, I'll recognize MLA Chender, please.
Thank you. Just because people may or may not know if there are 8 or more presenters at the time that they sign up for Law Amendments Committee, could we just make a slight change, not to the time, but just to say that people can have either up to 15 minutes to present and for questions or up to 10. So if presenters want to use that full 10 minutes, you know what I mean? That they don't get cut off, they just get the time notice.
Yes, thank you, MLA Chender, and I've been pretty lenient with doing that, and I'll probably intend to do the exact same thing today. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, great. So what we'll do is we will call our first bill today, which is Bill number 340, the Municipal Reform Act. And we'll ask for our first speaker, which is Mayor Amanda McDougall-Merrill, please. Good morning. It's nice to see you this morning, Mayor. Thank you for coming to Halifax. So once again, for the record, I'll have you identify yourself as well as any organizations. You'll then have up to 10 minutes to present to committee members with 5 minutes of follow-up questions. So after you've done your introductions, I'll start your time.
Perfect. Well, thank you. My name is Amanda McDougall. I am mayor for the Cape Breton Regional Municipality and past president for the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities. I just want to say thank you, number one, for allowing us the opportunity to speak to you all today on this very important bill. I also do want to acknowledge that we are gathered here in Mi'kma'ki and always working mindfully in the spirit of the treaties of peace and friendship. So, folks, the purpose of my remarks today are not to rehash the comments and events of the past 2 months or even the past 2 weeks. Rather, I'm here to offer, in my opinion, a way to move forward from this moment. It's a way to allow politics to function with thoughtful amendments being offered through this committee. My hope is that when we walk away from this room today, there will be amendments to this bill that make it better for the Cape Breton Regional Municipality and, most importantly, the residents that we serve. So, at this moment, CBRM are by default part of the proposed MOU that includes 48 municipalities from Nova Scotia. As I've repeatedly stated on the record, I am absolutely thrilled to see an agreement presented that so many of my municipal colleagues and their communities will benefit from. That is precisely what we had hoped to see when we heard about the renegotiation of the MOU. There is plenty of good in this bill, including the amendment to Section 26, which eliminates the requirement for municipal units to remit for provincial corrections. Similarly, the amendment to Chapter 36, Section 11 of the Housing Supply and Services Act, it does the same thing for municipal remittances for provincial housing. However, there is a glaring absence of the amendment required to the Education Act that would remove the same requirement for municipalities to remit for provincial education services. This is something that was strongly recommended by the CERMGAR Advisory Committee, and I'm sure advocated by each municipal elected official and staff members from across the province without question. For CBRM, that change alone would mean a $16.5 million reduction in annual tax collections for our residents. Instead, we continue to collect money on behalf of the province for services the provincial government are responsible for. I need to reiterate that statement there. CBRM continues to be taxed with collecting taxes on behalf of the provincial government for services the provincial government are responsible for. So this part might surprise you, but I actually do want to thank the government of Nova Scotia for the opportunity of this moment. Being here in law amendments means we have the opportunity to engage in dialogue that will hopefully result in changes to this bill that will benefit all municipalities, but more importantly, the residents that we all serve. This moment shows a willingness to engage in respectful communication and actual negotiations that will produce a separate agreement for CBRM. Again, I need to emphasize how important this moment is. For far longer than I've been at the table in CBRM, we have fought to be looked at for our exceptionalities and unique challenges. Allowing CBRM a fair and thoughtful process to negotiate a separate agreement is a remarkable opportunity. This is the first time in history for us. My colleagues that will follow my remarks today will dive deeper into those unique challenges that CBRM faces as we present today, but allow me to frame up what a solution to this ongoing debate would involve and address the issues that we're currently facing. So you have all repeatedly heard that CBRM was offered an option to opt out of the MOU, and we're being questioned now. Why didn't you just accept that? Why didn't you just do that? So here's the clarity on that point I want to offer. What we were presented with was a letter. In that letter from the minister, you will note that CBRM was offered the option to participate in the current MOU as it has been presented, or opt out for a separate CBRM-specific agreement. So herein lies the problem. The proposed MOU does not benefit CBRM nor our residents, but it did at least offer almost 2 months of communication, exchange of information, and as pointed out by the minister, 29.5 hours of virtual consultation. Not to mention a series of recommendations that guided that conversation that were derived from 18 months of work by the CIRMGAR Advisory Committee. 18 months with the CIRMGAR Committee, 29.5 hours. That's what our proposed MOU offered. The option for CBRM to agree to a separate agreement involved 1 letter and 2 bullet points. These bullet points read, should CBRM proceed with a separate agreement, it is important to be clear on 2 things. The above-mentioned savings of $4.6 million will not occur, at least until a separate agreement is reached. Number 2, the financial parameters outlined in the existing service exchange will guide any separate negotiation with the CBRM. That means the above-mentioned annual savings of $4.6 million will be considered a cap for negotiations. If your preference is to pursue a separate agreement, the province is willing to commit to maintaining funding to match your previous municipal financial capacity grant for the next 5 years. Also, within the process of negotiating, the province is willing to work with you to develop a separate CBRM charter. Sounds easy enough, and it sounds great. A good starting off point, in my opinion. We were even surprised to see the word charter included in this option because 2 years ago when we wanted to reconvene our charter committee, we were told by the province, hold off, because the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing were confident that this new MOU would address any charter-related authority we were seeking. Our response to these options presented was to ask the province to meet with CBRM to discuss in depth what an option of a separate agreement would look like in practice, just like we did for 29.5 hours with the proposed MOU. Sadly, we would be advised that the province had no interest in discussing these details with us. It was vote on one of these options and scene. So here we are. This moment will prove whether the government is truly invested in working collaboratively and allow for politics to function by accepting and proceeding with amendments being brought forward by CBRM. My CBRM colleagues, again, like I mentioned before, will follow my remarks and be putting forward a number of proposed amendments that will strengthen Bill 340 and reflect the issues that CBRM has with it. And I will begin that process by offering the following. I would like to see an amendment to Bill 340 that in the first year of the MOU, the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing engage in meaningful consultation and fair negotiations with the CBRM to develop a separate agreement. The simplicity of this amendment is quite remarkable. Sit down with our municipality, with our council and staff. Allow us to talk about how we can work together to support and grow our community. Honestly, I really don't see this taking a full year, but having that time frame is important. This all needs to begin with CBRM being given the opportunity to actually sit down at the table alongside the province and engage in thoughtful negotiations. No more letters. No more ultimatums. No more unilateral decision-making. As a council, we have talked through what possible scenarios could come from discussions such as this, not just now, but for many, many, many years. We talked about this a lot, especially during our budget this year. So hypothetically, I was going through my thoughts on what could this look like? What could this new MOU look like in all its simplicity? So hypothetically, we are at a point now that an option such as ending all transfer payments between CBRM and the province would actually make more sense than this proposed MOU. And you heard me right. I know that's not something that you probably anticipated, but we would actually be better off financially if the province stopped sending us our municipal financial capacity grant and we stopped collecting taxes and remitting for provincial services. It's an absurd thing to think about, but that's exactly why we're here today. This bill needs amendments or it will set out to burden and harm every resident of the Cape Breton Regional Municipality. So again, my CBRM colleagues here will take you through the finer details of what we face on a day-to-day in CBRM and how Bill 340, as it stands, will cause undue hardship to the residents we serve. I trust you will not only listen to these important words, but truly hear and take into consideration what we are putting forward to you. Thank you, again, for allowing us the opportunity to participate in law amendments. I know Nova Scotia really is a beautiful example of allowing engagement at this level when it comes to bills, and I'm very proud of that, and I'm proud of the government for allowing it. I do look forward to your questions, and I know my staff members have provided copies of the letters that I reference in my remarks this morning for each of you to take a look at. So again, thank you, and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And that was pretty good. You still have 30 seconds left on your. That was pretty good timing. So, thank you very much for that. And go to members now for questions. I'll start with MLA Coombs, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Mayor. This is quite personal as a MLA for Cape Breton Centre Whitney Pier. This affects my residents as well, our communities. And that's what I want to ask. If this were to go forward as is, how does it affect our residents at home?
Recognize the mayor, please.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm used to chairing, so my apologies. What we're seeing with Bill 40, and again, I want to reiterate that we're not here to stop Bill 40. That's not the intent. It's to see amendments made. If you're looking at our provincial transfers as they would stand under Bill 40, we would still be remitting $16.5 million and only receiving back a capacity grant of 15. So we're starting off at a deficit. That means we cut things. You saw what happened in our budget this year. We don't have other ways to make money. It's only from taxes. We would have to raise taxes. And that's how it impacts every resident.
Thank you. Recognize MLA Mumbercat, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mayor and staff and everybody for coming from the island today. So, and Kendra kind of alluded to what I wanted to talk about, but I think it's important for the record here and for committee members, and it's something that we've talked about, is the uniqueness of the CBRM and the fact that CBRM is very supportive of the MOU for other communities. We've been all very public on that. Even as a caucus, we've been very public on that. But again, the argument being CBRM was created at the same time as HRM, and they have some, not the same, of course Halifax is bigger, but CBRM has a lot of the same challenges in regards to population growth and housing and et cetera. So I guess if you want to elaborate on you know what CBRM is actually facing right now and why a separate MOU is important for the CBRM.
Recognize the mayor, please.
Thank you. So I think it's important to kind of set the true picture of what we're dealing with. We have a population that counts for about 100,000 people. That doesn't count a lot of the wonderful students that arrive into our community as well to attend our post-secondary institutions. So we have an incredibly robust population growth happening right now. We have a transit system that only a mere number of years ago was set to be cut entirely, but instead has grown by 400%. We can't do this alone. We need to have partnership with all levels of government in order to embrace that growth and do more and do better. I think post-COVID, we've recognized that, you know, the spaces that we provide in our community, the recreation, the opportunity for engagement, all of that is equally as important as the water that's flowing through pipes. We can't do that with a declining amount of funding coming from the provincial government.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll recognize MLA Sheehy Richard.
Thank you. I'm just looking at these letters, and I'd seen them in the past, not your response, and where it indicates that the province was willing to continue with the current funding for the next 5 years, and also said that they were willing to work with you to negotiate a charter which would more than allow for those 29.5 hours of time. So I'm just curious why at that point you didn't say yes. We would like to have the charter where it seems like for the past, 20-some years that was what CBRM direction was heading. So
Recognize the mayor, please, with a minute and a half left.
Quite frankly, we would love to have that option, but again, that 29.5 hours, that came before anybody had to make a decision. Receiving a letter on a Thursday saying on Tuesday, after a long weekend where there was a national or a provincial holiday on Monday, come back with us with a motion of council saying you're in or out. How can we, how could we come back to council, vote on something we have absolutely no detail with, and then go to our residents and say, we think it's a good idea, but we can't tell you what's in it because we've had no consultation. Zero consultation. Consultation is having conversations, and that's precisely what we asked. Come to us. Let's have a conversation. Then we can vote. Voting requires the preparation, the research. We can't do any of that if we're not at the table having a conversation. And a charter, I'm sorry, I really do believe that was used as a bit of a diversion tactic because we haven't talked about a charter since before these negotiations started. We were told, hold off. Don't re-engage your charter committee because this renegotiated MOU, it's probably going to address all those things that you're going to be asking for. That's just a not unnecessary use of time. At no point during any of the consultations, the CERMGAR committee, the charter was never brought up until we see it in a bullet point in a letter, unfortunately. I would love to say yes, but again, how do you say yes to something you have no information on?
Thank you. With 2 seconds left, you're right on the time. Yes, I see that. So thank you very much. That concludes your time. Thank you for coming to Halifax. We appreciate that very much, Mayor. We'll move now to our second speaker, who is the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer of the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, John McKinnon. Hi. Wherever you would like, yeah. Welcome, and you have 10 minutes to present.
Okay.
And then there'll be 5 minutes of follow-up. I already have some questions. After you do your official introductions, we'll start your 15 minutes.
Excellent.
I had a couple questions on the last one, and I'll bump those forward if relevant to this one, and then if not, we'll...
Okay. I may be able to answer some of them.
Yeah.
You never know.
So
Okay.
whenever after you've done your intro, I'll start time.
Well, thank you. Good morning. My name is John McKinnon. You can call me John for reference. I've been called worse by the folks over there, but anyway, I'm the Deputy CAO for the Cape Breton Regional Municipality. This morning, I'm going to be reading a prepared statement by Marie Walsh, our CAO, who had planned to attend in person, but due to last-minute scheduling conflicts was unable to attend. So if you'd indulge me. So good morning. My name is Marie Walsh. I'm the CAO for the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, and I was also a member of the Service Exchange Renegotiation and Municipal Government Act Renegotiation Committee, or CERMGAR for short. We were tasked with advising and making recommendations on what would become Bill 340. The committee was made up of CAOs, elected officials, and municipal affairs staff. You are likely aware, or what I'm discovering is you're maybe not aware, many of the CIMGAR committee recommendations did not make it to Bill 340. Namely, the recommendation of the CIMGAR committee was freeze and equalization conditional transfers, indexing infrastructure funding, indexing of the municipal capacity grant with $15 million added to the $30 million fund. So those were recommendations that were made by the CIMGAR committee that are not in this bill. What was brought forward by the province was an updating of the municipal capacity grant formula, which was so important in recognizing the new pressures that have been given to municipalities since 1995. Given this, it's difficult to understand how the province can recognize our increased costs, but are not willing to make any attempts to modernize the amount of funding to allow the grant to achieve its purpose. It hasn't been changed since 1995. This is just a small part of our challenges. In 1995, the CBRM was forced to amalgamate and combine 8 municipalities into one. We took all the debt of the former municipalities, including all the aging infrastructure. The province provided little, if any, financial support to ease the transition, unlike how they've handled recent amalgamations and consolidations. In 2013, the Municipal Fiscal Review Working Committee was set up of staff of the Association of Municipal Administrators, the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, and representatives from Municipal Affairs to develop recommendations on municipal fiscal viability for the province. One of the recommendations coming out of the review, we call it in the CBRM, Recommendation 17, and I quote, and I was on the committee as well, and I quote, "Noting concerns over CBRM's viability and noting many options for improving viability available to most other municipalities in Nova Scotia, such as shared services or structural changes, are not realistic options for the CBRM, it is recommended that the municipality and the province conduct an immediate joint review to assess the viability issues facing the CBRM. This review will make recommendations on how best to address the specific issues facing the CBRM, including, and in bold, recommendations on appropriate provincial grants for municipalities." As a result of this recommendation, in 2019, the province commissioned the viability study, enlisting Grant Thornton to look at CBRM's viability and sustainability. The steering committee included 2 provincial representatives from the Department of Municipal Affairs, and I'm going to read some of the excerpts from the executive summary. Number 1, departments, CBRM departments, are stretching internal resources and tangible assets to levels that exceed other comparable municipalities in the majority of areas assessed, often by a significant margin. Number 2, the conditions that are most significantly influencing the region's viability include the level of provincial funding, mandatory contributions, new and expensive regulations like water and wastewater, and fire and police binding arbitration, all of which are outside the direct control of the CBRM. Number 3, if the CBRM decreases the level of service, it could potentially weaken their competitive position while providing minimal benefit to municipalities' financial position, while at the same time increasing taxes would accelerate economic challenges. Number 4, residents and businesses continue to look to the CBRM to replace and repair aging infrastructure, but savings from prudent financial measures made by current and previous administration have largely been minimized due to increasing mandatory costs from regulatory requirements and a trend for declining net funding from other levels of government. So these all came out of the viability study, independently reviewed. All of these excerpts from the viability study were approved by the steering committee and supported by the 2 provincial staff. Moving forward to 2023, the CBRM experienced its very first operational deficit. We've been doing a pretty good job up until then. We have implemented many of the recommendations of the viability study. We reduced staff by 40 and have prioritized economic development. What we didn't count on was growth. For the first time ever, the CBRM is experiencing growth, and that's a good thing. CBRM Transit has experienced significant growth in a short period. The effects of additional population and student increases are great for the community. However, additional service expansion comes at an increased cost. CBRM has been desperately trying to support the international student growth at Cape Breton University and NSCC, and has been working to support our most vulnerable residents who are in desperate need of public transportation. Transit ridership and operational budgets have increased by 400%, as the mayor said, since 2016 alone. Think about that. To implement service recommendations and to continue the current operational requirements, transit taxes have to be increased in 2023, and it's expected an additional tax increase will be required for the next number of years. We have over 1,500 building starts identified in the next 5 years. We have wastewater treatment plants coming on stream, each costing $1 million a year to operate and millions of dollars a year to service the debt. We're attempting to participate in affordable housing, a provincial priority, although it is so vitally important to our community. We are challenged financially to support it, however. We cannot continue at this pace. I know you hate to hear it, but all the evidence of our committees you created points out that CBRM is in fact unique, and that we are also, unfortunately, unsustainable without support. We've been jumping through hoops to remain viable, which has been to our own detriment, resulting in infrastructure deficits and significant understaffing. We are happy with the removal of corrections and housing, however. This is not enough to sustain us. This will be negated by the increase in education costs and the decrease, we will see a decrease after 5 years in our capacity grant. Our transit costs, our wastewater costs are sinking us. We hope and expect, now that we're experiencing growth, the support will be short-term, and then it will be available for other municipalities in the province that are experiencing similar challenges. So, the ask today is to amend Bill 340, to double and index the municipal capacity grant and freeze the equalization amount. This is paramount for the sustainability of the CBRM. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I will go to members. I'm going to follow on the list I had before, so I'll recognize MLA Tilley first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. McKinnon, for that great presentation. My concern is that CBRM is 10 times bigger than the next closest municipality that's in agreement. So clearly, we don't have to go through a lot of detail to figure out CBRM is unique in this situation. And with regards to corrections and housing being pulled out, that's simply a flow-through. You're collecting that from CBRM residents. So in order for that to benefit you, you have to continue to charge residents for something that we're not paying for. We have the highest tax rate in CBRM. So do you, at this point, the government realized when they took over that doubling the capacity grant was the right thing to do. Do you think that doubling that grant and removing those fees will be helpful to CBRM?
I'll recognize the Deputy CAO, please.
It will. A number of years ago, prior to the freezing of the equalization pot at $15 million, which is what we get, we were getting 17 or 18 million. Once it's unfrozen with the updates, the modernization of the formula, we're going down to 13.4, which is fine because other municipalities across the province need that. So I do think in general, doubling, I mean, you think about it, since 1995, this hasn't been looked at. It stayed stagnant. The costs that municipalities, I wear another hat. I'm the former past president of the Association of Municipal Administrators. I see it across the province. Municipalities. We don't want them to have to go through what we did and being forced to amalgamate. I was in Digby 2 weeks ago for our conference. Digby should be Digby. Wolfville should be Wolfville. We, the CBRM, need that. We see growth, but we hope and expect that as we grow, other municipalities across the province are going to benefit from it because they will see an increase as well. But we really need it now to get us over that hump.
Thank you. I'll recognize MLA Coombs, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Johnny. Was it ever given to you as to why the recommendations from the Sermgard Committee were not followed up on? And by that, I mean the various ones, such as the doubling of the capacity grant, as well as taking education, freezing education, and then eventually the phasing out of education.
Recognize Deputy
And what
CA.
impact, I'm not finished.
Sorry.
And what impact would that have had on where we are today?
Recognize Deputy CAO, please.
If the recommendations that came out of the Sermgard Committee were presented to the CBRM, I can't speak for council who's behind me, but I could almost guarantee you there would be almost unanimous support at the table. It makes a huge difference. freezing education. I think our increases year over year are $1 million a year increase that we see. That's taxpayers that we have to go after for it. And seeing, I think they had 15 million added, the Simgar Committee, 15 million added. That would be huge for the CBRM. That would be a game changer.
Thank you very much. MLA Mumberket.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And John, again, I think it's important, again, that, this was the first year in the history of the CBRM. You're saying that you're in an operational deficit. And that is including a reduction in staff of 40, 40 staff. So, my question was around the fact that a lot of the recommendations from the actual committee never made it to the table for governments to decide. But again, it's just, I guess I just want you to kind of elaborate on how actually tough it's been on the CBRM going through that process.
I will recognize Deputy CAO with 2 minutes.
It's been tough right since 1995. I mean, we've been managing decline. The population when we amalgamated in the CBRM was 120+ thousand people. The last census was 96,000 people. We have more infrastructure than we had in 1995 to maintain. The costs continue to go up. So we had to make some really difficult and challenging decisions in order to make ends meet. We finally are growing for the first time, and that's where the rub is now. The increases in transit, for example, 400% over 5 or 6 years is incredible. It's just impossible for us to even predict and sustain that. So we need help. We like to think of it as an investment into the CBRM for the long-term growth. We hear about the government of Nova Scotia talking about doubling the population. If they want to double the population, they've got to invest in municipalities. We are the ones that, double the capacity grant. I'm telling you, we know how to use it, and we will all, not just us. A lot of it goes to municipalities. And with the modernization, there are a number of more municipalities that take advantage of it because of the rejigging of the formula. So it makes a huge difference, and it has been quite a challenge.
Thank you. Recognize MLA Sheehy Richard with 1 minute.
Okay, I'll try to be really quick. The letter that I was asking the mayor about was the 15th of September. So 9 business days later, there was no email back from either the CAO or the mayor herself, or warden, I guess her worship, mayor. And so my question goes back to the fact that why wouldn't either the CAO or the mayor had written any kind of indication of the uniqueness and express the uniqueness and express the disappointment or anything rather than wait until October 3rd to respond in any way. That's where I keep going back to.
Recognize Deputy CAO, 20 seconds.
And I'm privy to certain amounts of information. However, at the time, there didn't seem to be enough in the letter for us to be able to make a decision as to whether or not that would be the right direction to go in. It was a letter. No other, again, president of the association, no other CAO or no other council received a letter asking if they were in or out.
And that's time.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so very, very much for coming to Halifax. Thank you for your presentation. We'll move to our next speaker, which is Steve Gillespie. Good morning, Councillor. Nice to see you this morning. Thank you for coming. As with the previous presenters, you'll have up to 10 minutes. I've been a little flexible with the presentation time and question time, so traditionally it's up to 10 minutes for presentation with 5 minutes follow-up from committee members. If your presentation is a little bit shorter or longer, we'll adjust accordingly within that 15 minutes. I'll just get you to introduce yourself and who you're here representing, and then once you're finished that, I'll start your time.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak regarding Bill 340. My name is Steve Gillespie. I'm a lifelong resident of the Cape Breton Regional Municipality. I am also a municipal councillor representing District 4, made up of Coxheath, Sydney River, and the Westmount area. This district has over 7,000 people in a 54 square kilometer area made up of predominantly single residential homes. We have 3 volunteer fire departments, 3 elementary schools, 1 middle school, and the area's largest high school. I consider myself a hands-on counselor and fiscally responsible. I mention this because this is the first time in my 7 years as an elected official that I have traveled off the island for municipal business. I want you to know how important this issue is to me and my constituents. CBRM residents pay the highest property taxes in Nova Scotia, and the residents in District 4 pay the highest residential taxes in CBRM. But because of the 1995 amalgamation agreement with the province, they don't receive equal services. My district sits in what is referred to as the old county of Cape Breton. They live on J-class roads that have been ignored for over 30 years by the provincial governments. Most don't have access to municipal water. They have outdoor recreation facilities built on surplus land, which ends up being swamps, and only recently received limited public transit. As the municipal councillor, I must collaborate with local MLAs and the Provincial Department of Transportation and Public Works to get roads repaired, culverts replaced, snow plowing done, ditches maintained, and all with decreasing budgets and decreasing resources from the province. Since 2016, I've done my best to build relationships with these provincial representatives and to work together for the betterment of our shared residents. Because I believe working relationships are the key to successful outcomes, regardless if people see eye to eye or share the same political values or ideologies. This was taught to me in my previous 30-plus year career as an advertising representative by people I admired, learned from, who were business owners and individuals committed to building and strengthening their communities. I bring up relationships because CBRM has not been able to build a relationship with the current provincial government, and it has been affecting the residents of CBRM. In a dispute or in a disagreement, there is never one side to blame. I will be the first to admit we as municipal councillor need to step up and put the past behind us to work together for a stronger Nova Scotia, which includes CBRM. But I will also ask that the provincial government, the Premier, and the Minister of Municipal Affairs do the same. We are all in this together, and the only ones being affected by our lack of communication are the residents, and I know we can do better. I was told that respect is a two-way street, but lately it seems to be more of an 8-lane highway. People seem to be swerving from lane to lane and side to side, afraid that they will say the wrong thing or be misquoted on an issue, or just simply won't listen to what the other person has to say. We have a tendency to believe we are always correct or righteous, and that the person is always either wrong or just misinformed. Again, communication is the key to overcoming this. As I attended the government municipal consultations in August, I was led to believe the majority of our recommendations made to the Surmgar Advisory Committee were ignored by the government. But during these virtual meetings, members and the Deputy Minister informed us that the Surmgar Advisory Committee members were forced into an NDA while meeting on the proposed changes to the agreement. After several attendees requested these NDAs be rescinded, we then learned every time the CBRM member would bring up CBRM concerns, the Surmgar Advisory Committee then seemed to just ignore them. It is my opinion that this process was not transparent. I was also concerned that the chair or spokesperson facilitating the virtual meetings started and ended each meeting with, "I know August is not the best time to meet. I know it's not the best to meet virtually, and I understand that all this seems to be rushed. But if you have to apologize for everything that is obviously wrong with the consultations you are running, then why continue them? Once these consultations started, it was obvious to me, those in attendance on the first day, that CBRM was not happy with the proposed changes, and CBRM senior staff and council were attending in high numbers to express our concerns and to ask for support from our municipal colleagues. But like magic, the very next day, the virtual room was full of CERMGAR and MOU voices that were pro, all seemingly reading from the same playbook. This was my first look into a stacked deck against municipalities that were going to be losing funding. Some mayors and councillors spoke in favor of a bill that hurt 17 municipalities, including the second largest municipality in the province. I felt like CBRM was being strong-armed into agreeing to a proposal without allowing us to voice our concerns and discuss other options more suitable. Our senior staff and seasoned councillors have indicated to the rest of us that CBRM may be purposely punitively targeted with this agreement, and I have a tendency to agree. It was also unsettling to find out that the strongest CERMGAR voices in our virtual confrontations were actually former PC MLAs. Several times during these consultations, it was asked, why was there no increase in the municipal capacity grant funding envelope of $30 million, which has been in place for well over 25 years? The answer was, the CERMGAR Advisory Committee did not recommend it. But, as we now know, after the release of the NDA, the committee said no to the recommendation of doubling the capacity grant, but settled on asking for 50% increase to the capacity grant, and the provincial government said no. I would point out that the provincial budget is $14.4 billion. Doubling the capacity grant to municipalities would be less than 1/4 of 1% of the total budget. I ask you, what committee tasked with making a recommendation on a 25-year-old stagnant funding formula would refuse to ask for more money in this current financial climate? When the same question was asked of the Deputy Minister of Municipal Affairs, he repeatedly said he was up for a job review and couldn't justify a funding increase. Besides, that's a Treasury decision. Nova Scotia's Law Amendment Standing Committee is unique in Canada. No other province offers this opportunity to its residents as a check and balance or second sober thought to legislative changes. CBRM is asking the Law Amendments Committee to amend Bill 340 to request the Department of Finance and the Treasury Board to find the additional money to permanently double the municipal capacity grant and prove that provincial government is committed to all sustainability for all municipalities. And I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for your comments here today, Councillor. And we do have a number of questions. I'll recognize MLA Tilley first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor. Well thought out presentation. First, before I ask my question, I just have to go back to my colleagues on the government side, and when they talk about 9 business days, you didn't get an answer in 9 business days, is a little bit ridiculous given the fact that we had 2 years to come up with this agreement. So I'm sorry, that just got me rattled. My question to you is, in your presentation, you talked about CBRM having the highest property taxes. If Bill 340 goes through the way it is, what do you predict will be the impact on CBRM residents as far as raising taxes?
Recognize Councillor, please.
Thank you for the question, MLA Tilley. Residents will see a tax increase over the next number of years. We believe that any changes to the MOU that do not include a doubling of the amount are going to end up putting additional financial pressures on the municipality. We have cut well past the bone over the last number of years, and there's nothing left to cut unless we're willing to eliminate departments or increase taxes. And with the size of taxes people pay now, it's just not fair.
Thank you. I'll recognize MLA Chender, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and the preparation that I can see went into it. I want to ask a process question about the confidentiality agreements people are asked to sign. You mentioned people were upset about that. That makes sense to me. So I want to ask you about why you think they were upset. But before I do that, I just want to say we are not the only province in Canada where people can have input into bills. In fact, the way we do it, I would argue, is the worst. In other provinces, there are actual subject matter committees where experts and municipal councillors could come and present and might have more than 0 business days notice to attend when they're scheduled. So lest we get too complimentary about this process, but I'm very glad to have the opportunity to talk to you, and I wonder if you could comment on that confidentiality piece.
Recognize Councillor, please.
Thank you, and my apologies for that misstep. We did not know there was an NDA, thus the reason for an NDA. Once we found out, we realized that the 18 months or so of negotiations that were done by the Surmgar Committee and the members from the municipalities, nobody could tell us what was going on. And when we found that out, and it wasn't just CBRM, a lot of the other municipalities were very concerned about that. So that means none of the information that was being talked about could come back to councillors for their areas so that they could have their say on it. And then once it was rescinded, that's when we found out that the Surmgar Committee, in my opinion, already had a plan.
Thank you. Recognize MLA Mumbercat, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Steve, Councillor, thanks for being here. I'll be quick. You got into the relationship piece, and hey, I served on the government side. You get along, sometimes you don't. Issues arise, all that happens. But what I heard and what I was hearing from the onset was that the negotiation or the conversation with the province wasn't great. So you mentioned some of it in your comments, but if you want to, my question is, can you elaborate on not only how it was, but what you think needs to happen? Because ultimately, before anything else, you need to have a strong relationship between your partners. So I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mr.
Recognize Councillor, please.
Thank you for the question. During the advisory or committee virtual meetings, it was laid out very clearly to us that this was the proposal and there was no changing it. We continuously asked why there was no additional money added to a 25-year-old funding formula, and we kept getting the same response. There is no more money in the envelope. There is no more money in the envelope. And that was concerning to us, not just because the CBRM is going to not benefit, but there are also 16 other municipalities in Nova Scotia that are not. And again, I say, how can you pick winners and losers when everybody is should be in the same position? But it was continuously pointed out by the Deputy Minister, who did attend most, if not all, of these virtual meetings, that this was the way they were going to go. So to me, it just seemed there was no reason to even have them.
Thank you very much. MLA Sheehy-Richard with 1 minute.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. So on August 17th, when government MLAs met with yourself and other councillors, and then followed up by an email by Amanda where in bold, we asked that CBRM be offered the same opportunity as HRM to negotiate an agreement outside of the general MOU process that reflects these exceptionalities. So in writing, September 15th, the minister offered that. And again, I'm just trying to understand what changed from the 14th to now, where you now want to be part of the MOU when she put in writing that she would like to negotiate a charter.
Councillor, 30 seconds.
Thank you. Let's first tackle the charter. A charter is basically a buzzword that the current government is using to pull away from the conversation. We were the ones that were told by this government 2 years ago. Stop talking about a charter. We have a new MOU coming. So let's eliminate that right off the bat. The second, when it comes to the letters, why wasn't there a phone call? Why wasn't there a meeting? There was a continuation of asking nonstop to this Premier and to this Municipal Affairs Department, can we sit and meet? And I say that now. We are all here. We are in Halifax.
Thank you very much for your comments, Councillor. We certainly appreciate your time in coming to Halifax today. Thank you. Moving on to our next speaker is Jennifer Campbell, please. Good morning and welcome to the Law Amendments Committee. I will allow you to introduce yourself. Once you do that and recognize who you're representing, I will start your time. I've been relatively flexible with the time, so I will with you as well. You have 15 minutes. Typically, that's 10 for presentations with follow-up questions, so, but we'll work that in so that you get your full 15. So whenever you're ready, I'll start your time.
Great, thank you. Good morning. My name is Jennifer Campbell. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, and thank you for the opportunity to voice my concerns today respecting Bill 340. As you know, CBRM is highly reliant on the Municipal Capacity Grant. In fact, we currently receive about 1/2 of the entire fund. We have the highest municipal tax rates in the province and by a very large margin. We do not have the taxation capacity required to address the climbing infrastructure and operating needs of our very large and growing community, pressures that other municipalities simply don't have, like wastewater infrastructure and a very large transit system. Last year marked our first ever operating deficit, largely the result of increased transit demands and steep inflation. This year's budget deliberations were our most challenging yet, and as we struggle to balance the cost of service delivery to our residents with what they can reasonably afford in taxes. We've cut our budgets so deep to survive up until now that we had no choice but to increase tax rates further. We just finished construction of a new wastewater treatment plant. Our share was $13 million. That treatment plant was forced on us by environmental regulation. It's going to add $2.5 million in debt servicing and operating costs to our budget next year. We have more plants coming online in the next couple of years and more plants that are required to be built that haven't even been started yet. The viability study commissioned by the province in 2019 highlighted the fact that CBRM is facing significant challenges. I've already named a few. The study found that CBRM's per capita cost of delivering municipal services were the lowest in almost every category compared to municipalities of similar size and characteristics. But despite our efforts, it was clear in the findings that our tax base cannot financially sustain future operating and capital pressures without substantial changes to legislative policy on taxation and other strategic actions to grow our tax base. When the Municipal Capacity Grant was doubled in 2021 and a commitment made to modernize the formula, we thought that was the turning point for CBRM and all struggling Nova Scotia municipalities. But what is proposed in this bill falls short of what is needed. Instead of additional funding, the Municipal Capacity Grant Fund remains the same. The new formula redistributes the same 1995 funding, leaving 17 municipalities with less money than they're getting today, and CBRM is one of them. We are one municipality, but comprised of 8 former units. There are no similar municipalities in Nova Scotia that compare to CBRM. Like it or not, we have unique challenges and need to be looked at through a different lens. I'd like to speak a bit about CBRM's taxes. Our tax rates are a huge impediment for growth, whether one is purchasing a new home or building one. Our Municipal Indicators Report, which is our provincial financial report card, tells a much different story, however. It indicates that even though our tax rates are the highest in the province, that CBRM has the capacity to increase tax rates further, and by a lot. The Residential Tax Effort Indicator assesses what percentage of household income is spent paying property taxes. The calculation is very simple. Total audited residential tax revenues divided by the total number of dwelling units in your community gives the average tax bill per household. Then you take that average tax bill and you divide it by the median household income for your municipality to determine the total percentage of income paid towards property taxes. The thresholds set by the province say that if your average tax bill compared to your median income is anything less than 4%, then you're not trying hard enough. The formula suggests, based on the CBRM's median household income, that the average tax bill should be around $2,500 in CBRM per household. The calculation shows that ours is around $1,900 or 3%, which would indicate that CBRM has a fair bit of room to increase tax rates if needed without significantly impacting the affordability of our taxes. The logic is fair, but only if everyone's taxes were based on the market value of their home, the whole premise of one's ability to pay in the Assessment Act. But with an average tax rate of over $2, if you're lucky enough to get a bill for $1,900, that means your taxable assessment is only $95,000. When was the last time you could buy or build a house for $95,000? But like I said, it's a simple formula. Perhaps it's too simple. The average tax bill calculation is heavily diluted by taxes charged on properties that are owner unknown or not able to be developed that are still assessable under legislation. So a bill is still generated and included in our revenues, even though they never get paid. It doesn't reflect that over 48,000 dwelling units, that many are abandoned, unsafe, and need to be torn down. That many apartment complexes, like provincially owned public housing, represent high unit counts with low tax values compared to a typical single-family home, all of which result in an understatement of what an average tax bill in CBRM truly looks like. And many residents are, in fact, paying a significantly higher percentage of their income on property taxes than the 4% provincial benchmark. For context, a young family is likely in the market for an average size house, which will probably cost around $250,000 if they're lucky, if the home is in good shape and of decent age. Their tax bill, based on today's rates in Sydney, would be $5,475, 2 times what the formula says our average tax bill should be. Let's assume this couple makes $120,000 in gross household income, nearly double what CBRM's current median household income is, and pretty good for a young family just starting out. Property taxes as a percent of their income for this family would start at 4.6%, higher than the parameters of affordable taxation according to the province's own benchmark. And hopefully their income is able to keep pace with future increases in inflation to pay for those growing tax bills. Yes, many residents can afford to pay more. Most of those folks, even though their homes may be valued at $250,000, are paying based on a capped assessment amount at less than half that value, perhaps closer to that $95,000 benchmark. Unfortunately, there is no mechanism available to shelter those who are already taxed beyond their income. There are thousands of examples just like this one in our community, and I'm sure yours as well. I encourage you to do some quick math on your own. Apply CBRM's tax rate of $2 to your own market assessment. How does that compare to what you pay now? Is our tax bill something that you or your children's families could easily afford if you were to pick up and move to CBRM tomorrow? That is why CBRM residents critically need the funds that the Municipal Capacity Grant provides to help keep the cost of delivering core services and protect against increases in tax rates, what they already are, and why CBRM has been so vocal in our disappointment for this bill. The elimination of flow-through taxes for housing and corrections as proposed in this bill is great news. But the financial benefit of no longer taxing our residents for these provincial services is going to be rapidly absorbed by continued increases in our education transfers, which are 4.5 times what we pay for housing and corrections combined, and increase each year with inflation while the Municipal Capacity Grant doesn't. Next year, CBRM's education transfer will increase by $1.1 million. That's more than the total we pay for corrections today. Our capacity will decrease $3.5 million per year, even with housing and corrections eliminated, the result of continued education transfer increases and the $1.6 million loss of capacity grant funding that will be taken from CBRM and redistributed to other municipalities when the formula top-up is lifted after 5 years. We understand that including the entire education transfer in this bill requires so much more discussion and planning, but an amendment to the bill that would see the immediate freezing of education at current amounts is needed to support the mounting pressures faced by municipalities and their residents by this one remaining transfer, which is a provincial responsibility. The province taking over pre-1981 schools on a go-forward basis is also really great news. However, dozens of schools have already been closed that have already reverted back to municipalities. The former Cape Breton Victoria Regional School Board closed 17 before the dissolution of school boards. These schools remain a significant financial burden given their current states of disrepair. For example, a former school in Glace Bay cost our residents $300,000 to demolish, and that was 10 years ago. To demolish the dozens of remaining schools in today's dollars would cost municipalities millions, which is why having this bill limited to future school closures comes with disappointment. Schools are exempt from taxation, meaning we don't receive any tax revenues on school properties while they're in use, yet municipal dollars are required to take them down. Bill 340 needs to be amended to address all pre-1981 schools that have been closed and not just those schools closing in the future. The inherent issues with the municipal capacity grant today remain unchanged with this bill. The formula has been modernized, yet the total fund has not, and is still not indexed for annual inflation. Municipalities facing increased challenges tomorrow will get help by making today's struggling municipalities struggle more. 17 municipalities receive less in capacity grant funding, not because they need it less, but simply because other municipalities need it too. Bill 340 needs to be amended to include the recommendations of the CERMGAR committee that are ignored in this legislation. Double the municipal capacity fund allotment and index it for inflation. Amend it to address all former abandoned pre-1981 schools and freeze municipal contributions to education until a plan is in place for the province to take them over entirely. Thank you again for this opportunity and for your time.
Thank you very much. And sorry. So we'll go now to members of the committee for questions, starting with MLA Tilley, please.
Thank you. That was a great presentation, and I love anything with numbers. When we look at equalization, the term, it means comparable taxes for comparable services. We currently don't have that in CBRM compared to the rest of the province. The province got an increase this year of $2.8 billion in equalization funding from the federal government. To your point of $2 rate in CBRM, compared, how does that compare to, say, HRM or other municipalities on a rate basis for the services that are received?
Sorry, recognize CFO.
Thank you for the question, MLA Tilley. There is actually a chart on the provincial website that shows the difference, that plots the difference between CBRM's tax rates and the other tax rates for HRM and towns and rural municipalities. That's actually been distributed to Law Amendments Committee as part of that. We are at the very top of that plotted graph, and there is a significant gap between the top of that chart and the bottom, and even the next closest set of rates to CBRM. There is such a huge gap to bridge which is why the municipal capacity grant is so critically important to us going forward if we're ever going to grow our community. Folks that are coming to our community and buying a home are taxed at the highest assessment rate possible. As mentioned in my notes, $5,500 for an average home on today's market is simply not affordable to a young family starting out.
MLA Mumbercap.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, there's a consistent theme that's coming from this. And, we've been hearing conversations back and forth about letters and business days and all of these things. But ultimately, at the end of the day, they did not follow the recommendations of the committee. And there's a number of those that we've heard from multiple speakers so far that I'm sure we'll be talking about as we move forward, is that ultimately a number, especially around the capacity grant, they didn't follow it. So I guess, because you were part of some of those conversations, of course, in your capacity, can you just elaborate on the fact that you had a committee that was in place that just didn't follow the ultimate recommendations that would have probably, we would not be here having this conversation ultimately. So just if you want to elaborate on that a bit around the recommendations of CERMGAR and the impact of not following the government not following those recommendations.
CFO, please.
It's challenging for me to answer that question. I was not privy to the discussions during the negotiations. However, my understanding, based on the consultations that were had during the month of August, was that the committee had made several recommendations to really provide financial supports to communities, including the doubling of the municipal capacity grant. However, it was eventually negotiated that the revised recommendation would be a $15 million increase to the funding pot, which instead of the doubling. That there was a recommendation to freeze education, which was left unanswered. I'm not sure about what the other comments were, but which is why we have been so vocal about our disappointment of the bill. Those are two critical pieces of this MOU that the CERMGAR committee was advocating so strongly for that are still left unresolved in this bill, which leaves CBRM continuing to struggle and, I guess, provide the tools that we require in order to grow our municipality so we are less reliant on this municipal capacity funding. We want to grow our community. We want to see people coming to CBRM, building homes, buying homes, starting families, but not at the poverty level. There's folks that cannot afford to pay their property tax bill after they've bought a home because they're led to believe that the taxes that they're going to pay are based on the premise of a previous capped assessment by the previous owner. They're getting an extremely high sticker shock when they receive their first bill based on a revised market value assessment, and that tax bill is capped going forward. It never comes back down. That's where their starting point, and it's only going to grow from there.
All right, 30 seconds left. Thank you very much for your time. You did very well. Thank you for coming to Halifax today. Move on to our next speaker is Eldrin McDonald, please. Eldrin, good morning. Welcome to Halifax. Thank you so much. As with the other speakers, you have 10 minutes for presentation and then typically followed up with 5 minutes of questions from members. I'll give you flexibility within that 15 minutes. If you run a little bit over, I'll let you know when you're at 10. And if you don't use your time, I'll allow it for questions. So after you introduce yourself, I'll start your time.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Chair and honorable members, for the opportunity to speak here today. As indicated, my name is Eldon McDonald. I'm councillor for District 5 in CBRM, which is basically the downtown Sydney core area. Good morning. My name is Eldon McDonald, councillor for District 5, CBRM. For simple geography, District 5 is known as the downtown Sydney core area of CBRM, including Member 2. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today in response to Bill 340. Today, I will be speaking to the issue of the provincial capacity grant, formerly known as equalization, and the financial overall sustainability of municipalities across Nova Scotia, including the CBRM. Please allow me some time to provide some background as to why CBRM needs a collaborative partner who is willing to negotiate a successful path forward to sustainability. I am a lifelong resident and a small business owner for 30 years in the CBRM. I have first-hand knowledge of the various challenges faced by my constituents and our business community on a daily basis since being elected in 2012. I have watched and experienced the many challenges faced by our business community over the period of the last 59 years of decline. Yes, 59 years of decline. I have watched my hometown of Glace Bay decline to a shadow itself, with its main core almost non-existent from when I was raised in Glace Bay, largely due to the closure of our coal mines. One could say much of CBRM was a powerhouse, literally, for all Nova Scotia when it came to power generation. And I will come back to that point in an analogy later in my comments. As a councillor for downtown Sydney, our business community has experienced the same hollowing out of the core of CBRM, where local small businesses used to flourish, now no longer exist. This is due to the economic decline exacerbated by the closure of Sydney Steel. We are a resilient people who have survived the decline of our major industries, coal, steel, and the fisheries. We are people who believe in our communities, our people, and a brighter future for the generations to come. We are witnessing what true negotiations are doing for our community. CBRM negotiated with the previous Nova Scotia government the current investments being realized in our downtown core, the building of NSCC, Charlotte Street redevelopment, and major healthcare development and wastewater projects. This current government negotiations with President Dingwall for a new medical school at CBU. Future and more healthcare projects are proof that it is essential for negotiations to take place when success is to be achieved for all Nova Scotians. These MOU discussions should not be about who gets what and how I can get a better deal than someone else. These discussions should be about the long-term viability and sustainability of all municipalities in Nova Scotia. These discussions should be about forging a a sustainable path forward where who is the strongest, who is the weakest, who's in the middle, and why. What are the necessary actions needed to be taken by the provincial government in securing a prosperous Nova Scotia for all residents, from the Yarmouth Ferry to the dike system of the Chignecto Isthmus near Amherst and the Port of Sydney and everybody in between? When you look at the past and potential future of Nova Scotia as a whole and its sustainability, which is heavily reliant on federal equal transfer payments, this trajectory is not a good news story for any Nova Scotian. The federal government of Canada makes equalization payments to provincial governments of lesser fiscal capacity so that reasonable, comparable levels of public service can be provided at similar levels of taxation. Equalization payments are entrenched in the Constitution Act of 1982, subsection 36(2)(2). The Canada Act of 1982, which amended the Constitution, included the rights of the poorer provinces to equalization payments by including the following provisions. Parliament and Government of Canada are committed to the principles of making equalization payments to ensure that provincial governments have sufficient revenues to provide reasonable, comparable levels of public service at reasonable, comparable levels of taxation. Constitution Act 1982 S36(2)(1). With this level of protection, equalization cannot suddenly be axed. According to a column written about equalization by Bruce Work about a CBC radio interview by Dow economist Lars Osberg, I quote, "The idea is to make it possible for poorer provinces to find adequate levels to finance adequate levels of public service without having to impose sky-high taxes to pay for them." End of quote. When compared to municipalities across Nova Scotia, CBRM already has sky-high taxes to finance inadequate public services. Yet provincial bureaucrats say we can raise our taxes by 16%. The federal government equalization contributions to Nova Scotia have increased from approximately $90 million in the early 2000s to approximately $1.8 billion in 2017, to $2.8 billion in 2023. This is a massive increase received by the provincial government due to the lesser fiscal capacity so that reasonable comparable levels of public services can be provided at similar levels of taxation. The following is a quote from a CBC article by the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Quote, "Municipal services are incredibly important to the everyday lives of everyone in our province, and over time, these services have become more expensive to deliver." He further stated municipalities will receive, in bold, the full amount they are entitled to, even though they are halfway through the fiscal year. This year, funding means the Cape Breton Regional Municipality will get an additional $15 million. So according to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, in his own words, this $15 million is the full amount CBRM is entitled to. According to the Nova Scotia Government site Finance Budget Bulletin, Nova Scotia Power payment to municipalities increased. Payments to Nova Scotia Power to municipalities will increase by $4.6 million in 2003 and 2004 to a total of $31 million annually. Of the increased payments, $1.8 million will be paid to municipalities that are home to major Nova Scotia Power properties, and $2.8 million will be used to fund municipal equalization. In bold, the province wanted to ensure that municipalities did not lose any revenue through the equalization program, an important source of revenue for our municipalities. By using part of the NS power to offset the provincial reduction, the province is ensuring that municipalities receive no less through equalization in 2003 and 2004 than they did in the previous year. This is obviously no longer important to the provincial government. It is my understanding the Nova Scotia Power now pays approximately $20 million of the $32 million, and the province contributions of the remaining $10 million from the $2.8 billion they received from the federal government. Premier Houston and the current government recognize the important achievements accomplished for municipalities across Nova Scotia due to the federal government commitment to annual increases in their contributions to the equalization payments, and further recognize the importance of the increased contribution for Nova Scotia Power to the Nova Scotia Financial Capacity Grant, formerly known as equalization. Yet the Nova Scotia government has failed to recognize the importance of increasing Nova Scotia's government's contribution to the capacity grant. In fact, they have not only failed to increase this program by a dime, they have also witnessed they have also witnessed the negative impacts felt by decreasing equalization payments to CBRM for years, reducing our funding from approximately $19 million back 15 years ago to the current frozen $15 million since 2014, and currently recommending a further reduction in Bill 340 to approximately $13 million. As has been stated in the legislature by the Honourable Member of Sydney Member 2, amalgamation was to create two super cities, the HRM and CBRM. Let's look at the success of those two super cities since 1995. Budget numbers, 2023-2024, HRM operating budget, $979.6 million. CBRM's operating budget, $170 million. HRM's capital plan of $333.3 million. CBRM's capital plan, $68.8 million. CBRM's residence and commercial tax rate versus HRM, basically double. HRM, the super city envisioned, is now busting at the seams with unprecedented growth that Nova Scotia so desperately needs and CBRM supports, yet experiencing a complete different set of fiscal challenges since amalgamation. CBRM, super city, population of over 25 years of amalgamation, CBRM super city, population and economic decline, a loss of 25,000 residents over 25 years of amalgamation. Serious economic decline in all urban centres. CBRM over 800 abandoned homes and in serious decline. Now currently at 400. 40 less staff than in 2012. Is this the super city envisioned for amalgamation? Now you have the same opportunity to amend Bill 340 to do what the federal government did by recognizing reduced equalization payments to Nova Scotia is not the best interest to build a strong Canada. You have the same opportunity to recognize the negative impact that 17 municipalities, including CBRM, will endure with the reduction currently included in Bill 340 and are not in the best interest of building a strong Nova Scotia.
10 minutes. You're at 10 minutes.
You now have the opportunity to change the trajectory of Nova Scotia by saying no to Bill 34 and its current state and saying yes to the requested amendments ensuring better outcome of all Nova Scotians. Do not underestimate the power of amending the bill for the greater good of Nova Scotians, as proven by the federal government witnessing to the amendment of the equalization transfers when the province of Nova Scotia engaged in negotiations with the federal government over the negative impacts of lowering the equalization payments to Nova Scotia due to the new revenues to be generated from an emerging energy recognize these negotiations not only recognize the benefit and continuing the full equalization payments, but increasing them over the years while Nova Scotians benefited from the new source of revenue. Today I'm asking for nothing more and nothing less than what was publicly promised by Premier Houston, and nothing more and nothing less than what the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing acknowledged we are entitled to and deserve for our residents as our elected representatives. Amendment requested: 1. Fully fund the capacity grant as recommended by the CERN Committee. 2. Freeze municipal education transfer payments at current levels. 3. Index future capacity grant contributions annually as the federal government indexed equalization. Amend the legislation to address former abandoned pre-1981 schools. In closing, coincidentally, I received a PowerPoint presentation from Premier Houston the following day of our last council meeting indicating that he has a plan for prosperity for Nova Scotia to be a powerhouse in Canada in the offshore wind energy sector for both domestic and foreign markets. CBRM council staff have a similar plan, one that recognizes CBRM as a powerhouse in Nova Scotia and the offshore wind hydrogen energy sector. Novaport and Novazone is an opportunity for Premier Houston to endorse this plan, a game changer for CBRM in Nova Scotia to take it to the next level of sustainability and truly develop CBRM into the super city it should be. I look forward to Premier Houston coming to CBRM to lay out the specifics and to join in our plan and his plan to accomplish good things and truly show that Nova Scotia can pass can put the equalization payments in the past. Thank you for this opportunity to present today.
Thank you very much, Councillor. You did go over by a little bit. I'd let you keep going. We have 2 minutes and 45 seconds for questions from committee members, so I'd recognize MLA Coombs, please.
Thank you. And I just want to reiterate something prior to and say that the charter conversation will not change the MOU or the funding formula or the envelope of money. It's a red herring. correct? And so you talked about the federal equalization, and how it's supposed to affect the municipal equalization. So the municipal capacity grant is designed to decrease taxes, right, as well as be able to provide services. That's why we say comparable taxation with comparable services. How did the minister explain how decreasing equalization when an increase is needed was going to help the community, and what you could do? My understanding is, and you can correct me, that he suggested continuing to tax the municipal unit, CBRM, our home, the same tax rate, basically. Is that correct?
Councillor, 1 minute, 40 seconds.
Pardon me. Yeah. So basically, I guess with the recommended reduction in Bill 30 as it is now, with the capacity grant amount of money, the message to us was that we would benefit from that decrease because of the increase of being able to continue to collect on the housing and the corrections amount of money. The reality of that is, of course, that within 3.5 to 4 years, education going up a minimum of $1 million a year, that somewhat, stated savings will no longer be a savings. I indicated to the Deputy Minister that I'm interested in the long-term sustainability of my municipality and my residents, not the short-term sustainability, and he actually indicated this MOU was good for the short term. I'm not interested in the short term. I'm interested in the long term.
All right, thank you. We have 44 seconds left, so I think we'll call it at that. Thank you very much for your time and coming forward to do your presentation today,
Thank you very much.
Move on to our next presenter, please, which is Deputy Mayor Edwards, and I believe this is a virtual presentation. Good morning, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for taking the time to log on with us this morning. As with the previous presenters, you will have 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questions from committee members. I have been a little bit flexible with that. If you go a little bit over your 10 minutes, I'll just let you know when you're at 10 minutes. If you go a little bit under, I've been allowing a little bit flexibility in questions from members, but it is a hard 15-minute stop. So with that, I would just ask that you could identify yourself for the record, and then I'll give you your 15 minutes and start your timer once you've done your introductions.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, and thank you for granting me the opportunity to speak here today on this most important issue for facing CBRM. My name is James Edwards. I'm a first-term councillor with CBRM and was recently acclaimed for my second year as deputy mayor. I serve the District 8 in CBRM, which encompasses the communities from Glace Bay through Lewisburg. So I've got a large territory. But first, I'd like to congratulate the Sermgar Committee for their hard work in assembling and presenting the information for this document. And I'd also like to thank the provincial government for giving this long overdue legislation traction. I want to be very clear. I'm not here today to attempt to scuttle this bill. Rather, our collective presentation is seeking amendments that we believe will better serve our community and indeed all communities of Nova Scotia. Prior to entering politics, I worked 33 years for the Canada Revenue Agency, reviewing books and records and doing business daily with accountants and/or management personnel. I learned very early in my career to rely on accountants as they are the ones in the know in most businesses and organizations. They are totally immersed in and have their finger firmly planted on the pulse of the operation, and their understanding of the finances, past, present, and future, is usually bang on. As such, I have the greatest respect for the accounting profession. So it was with that mindset that I listened as our CFO and CAO, both highly trained accounting professionals, present the draft version of the Service Exchange Agreement to CBRM Council. It didn't take long to conclude that the document did not meet CBRM expectations and requirements such that additional information was required from the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing. A primary concern, of course, which has been alluded to several times this morning, was the reduction of the Municipal Financial Capacity Grant. I note that it was clearly suggested in the Sermgar Committee's recommendations to update the formula to ensure that it more accurately reflects the financial needs of municipalities and increase the funding for the MFCG to provide much needed support to municipalities. Yes, the proposed MOU indicates that the grant will continue to be topped up to the current amount for some 5 years, but frankly, we were looking for more money, not less. And when we attempted to discuss, we were told that there is no more money for the pot, and that is a non-starter. Another item that caught our attention was the savings of approximately $4.5 million relative to the province not collecting amounts for corrections and housing. The housing net operating losses. When we delved a little closer into the savings, we determined that in fact CBRM corporate wouldn't benefit unless we chose to repurpose the money that we normally collected and sent to the province for corrections and housing. We saw that as being tantamount to a tax increase. So our question was simple. If the money is being touted as a savings, how do we access it without a tax adjustment? We know that the provincial government is very much in favor of a tax increase in CBRM, although our residents are burdened with the highest taxes in the province. In fact, we were told by the Department of Municipal Affairs at one point that CBRM residents could withstand a tax increase of some 16%. 16%. There were other elements of the draft in which we had questions. For example, what about the Sermgar recommendation to freeze education costs? That is a heavy burden for CBRM, and we weren't happy with it being placed in the Schedule A package. Further, the online Teams meetings became frustrating and restrictive, such that at a point during a Teams meeting, I asked what I knew to be a rhetorical question: is the intent of this document to put CBRM at a financial disadvantage? And of course, the response was no. I continued that, well, our accountants feel that it does put CBRM in an unfavorable financial position. So it goes back to my position earlier about my Revenue Canada days. So I say, so let's put our accountants and your accountants in the same room. They can discuss, compare apples to apples, and hopefully arrive at a mutually satisfactory conclusion. It was agreed. The meeting was arranged and took place at the Sydney Civic Centre. Save the then Department of Municipal Affairs Deputy Minister, who attended via Zoom, both accounting and management teams attended. Unfortunately, the meeting didn't go as well as we had hoped, as the teams were stymied by the steadfast, no-movement position of Department of Municipal Affairs. Following that, our mayor attempted to escalate our concerns to the Premier, who downloaded response to the minister. We have yet to discuss our concerns with Mr. Premier, and calls to meet have gone unanswered. We see this as a pivotal time in provincial municipal relations. We're really not that far apart if the government can see fit to offer some wiggle room. We think there are mechanisms available to bring this discontent to a mutually satisfactory conclusion, such as adding more money to the Municipal Financial Capacity Grant pot and government assuming or freezing education costs. That would go a long way in restoring public confidence and mending a strained relationship with the second largest municipality in Nova Scotia. Please allow me the latitude to conclude my presentation with the following Sermgar recommendations, just as a review. The Municipal Financial Capacity Grant, updating the formula to ensure that it more accurately reflects the financial needs of municipalities. Now, we're not disputing the formula, just that there was no increase to the fund. Increase the funding for the MFCG to provide much-needed support to municipalities. The housing, corrections, and another item that was presented by the Sermgar Committee was the housing, corrections, and education make up 3 of the top 5 expenditures to review. It is recommended that the current amounts for contributions to education remain frozen. Now, I have learned through experience that it is difficult, indeed unwise, to empower someone or a group to perform a task and then not follow that advice. Mr. Chairman, it's been my privilege to speak to you this morning. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, for your comments. I'll now go to members for questions, starting off with MLA Coombs, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Edwards. Congratulations on your reappointment. My question for you, it follows up on the taxation issue, and that is the ethics of continuing to tax residents for contributions. So my understanding is the CBRM was basically told that they could continue to tax the residents of the CBRM and all other municipal units on the contributions that they will not be collecting in housing and corrections. And so I'm wondering, with the municipality of CBRM, we know it's on our bills. So what did the minister say on the ethics in any of these meetings of the ethics of continuing to tax residents for contributions? Municipalities will no longer be collecting under this agreement.
I recognize speaker, please.
Pardon me, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the question, MLA Coombs. Initially, for several presentations by the Municipal Affairs, the 4.5 million or 4.6 million was presented as a real savings for CBRM, and so it was. We were excited to think that there was maybe an additional 4.5 million in the pot, but again, under closer scrutiny, we determined that wait now. We could present just stop collecting it from our taxpayers, which would be equivalent to a tax decrease. But on the other side of that coin, if we were to continue to collect it and just use it, that would be the same as a tax increase. So we wanted some clarity on that. And in fact, I even heard one of the members speak about that was going to increase the municipal capacity grant for CBRM to some $19 million, which we know isn't the case at all.
Thank you very much. Recognize MLA Tilley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. That was a great presentation. I just want to reiterate, going back to, again, something that the government talked about here today was why the change in a charter? Well, when you get an ultimatum that says a charter will be the same as the MOU, it's the same thing. So my question is around the idea, and I like the idea of removing the housing, removing corrections, and removing the education piece. Plus doubling the capacity tax grant. That puts all municipalities in a much better position. But my direct question, and you may not have the answer to this, and I'd be happy to get it later, is if we remove the housing, remove corrections, and remove education costs from the collections of CBRM, how does that change the $2 fee that we pay as property taxes in CBRM? So what would the new amount be?
Recognize Deputy Mayor, please.
Yeah, thank you. Of course, our CFO, Campbell, would be more suited to answer that question. But in fact, we talked about that just recently. If we were to stop the housing, corrections, and education, that would be a nice piece for CBRM to, as far as the financial ability of our municipality. So but as it stands now, with the housing and corrections, that's again, that's great for our residents. That doesn't affect the CBRM corporate at all. And as was alluded several times here earlier this morning, the education piece is just too heavy for CBRM. It just continues to increase by, some might say, $1 million per year. So at the end of the 5-year term here, it would actually be put CBRM in a further deficit position.
Thank you very much. Do I have any other questions? If not, thank you so very much for your time today, and that concludes your presentation. I do want to, I think that concludes our speakers from Cape Breton. So before we move on, I do want to thank all those people from CBRM who took the time to come forward today. Certainly appreciate you, whether you phoned in or took the time to actually come in. We certainly recognize and appreciate you taking the time to do that, as with all our speakers. Moving on now to our next speaker. This would be Mayor Carolyn Bolivar-Getson, please, who I believe is a virtual presentation. Good morning. It's nice to see you, Mayor. As with our previous presenters, and I know that you've been here before, so you will have 10 minutes to present to the committee with 5 minutes follow-up for a total of 15 minutes. I have been allowing some leeway there. If you go a little bit over, I'll let you know when you do reach your 10 minutes. If you don't quite use all that 10 minutes, if we have a little bit more on the questions, then we'll follow through with that. So once you introduce yourself, I will start your 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of Bill number 340, a bill that provides the necessary framework for a new service exchange MOU between the province of Nova Scotia and municipalities. My name is Carolyn Bolivar-Getson. I am Mayor of the Municipality of the District of Lunenburg, Vice President of the NSFM, and Vice Chair of CERMGAR. However, this morning I'm speaking in the capacity as Mayor. I entered municipal politics in 1997, shortly after the last service agreement was signed in 1995, almost 30 years ago. Over the past 20 plus years, municipalities have put forward resolution after resolution, statement after statement, and addressed current issues as they have come forward. An updated, modern, responsive service exchange MOU has long been a priority of municipalities, and after years of lobbying, we welcome the opportunity that was presented in September of 2021. Times have changed, and the responsibilities and expectations placed on municipalities have changed dramatically. A new modern agreement is long overdue. MODL supports Bill 340 and are thankful for the opportunity to have a new agreement. NSFM, through a committee of elected officials and CAOs, was pleased to have been engaged in the process that has led to Bill 340. A survey was put forward by NSFM, which allowed us the opportunity to put forward issues that we wanted to see in a new MOU. And that information was forwarded to the province. In the 1995 agreement, approximately $75 million monetary agreement designed to align services with the right level of government. For example, municipalities used to be responsible for social services, but it was agreed it should be a provincial responsibility. The problem with the 1995 agreement was that it was negotiated to be revenue neutral. This left municipalities with some provincial responsibilities like corrections and housing handover agreements. The same parameters of revenue neutrality were not imposed on this round of provincial municipal discussions. Instead, a more accurate alignment of responsibilities and funding formulas that reflect today's realities. There are many things that we as a municipality have asked for in this agreement. Much of the details to be written in regulation, I understand that, which we look forward to being a part of. Corrections and housing handover agreements were of high priority. Currently, municipal units are required to contribute to the provincial costs of correction from the general tax revenue. Under the terms of the proposed service exchange, municipal units would no longer be required to make the mandatory payment to the province. Whether this is referred to as a savings or an avoided expense, the mandatory payment will no longer have to be paid out of municipal coffers. With the elimination of the mandatory contributions for corrections, MODL will avoid having to pay just over $428,000 to the province from our property tax revenue, thereby freeing up those funds for municipal expenditures or initiatives. Currently, municipal units are required to make mandatory contributions to the province for housing net operating losses. Under the proposed service exchange, municipal units would no longer be required to make these mandatory contributions. While the savings or the avoided expense to MODL is relatively modest in 2023-2024 at approximately $20,000, it is certainly conceivable that the housing net operating losses could increase substantially in the future as the province implements its housing strategy and continues to address the housing crisis, a risk which is completely avoided under the proposed service exchange. Obsolete schools also was a huge priority for our municipality. MODL has advocated for the province to take responsibility of obsolete schools for over a decade and has gone on record in writing to the province requesting this. The current service exchange makes municipal units takes away the responsibility for municipal units to be responsible for obsolete schools and all the environmental remediation that is necessary on these sites. MODL inherited the old Riverport school site and recently remediated that site at a cost of $457,000. We also are sitting with the old center school, and our 5-year capital budget includes approximately $2.1 million for the remediation of this school. Under the proposed terms of the new service exchange, obsolete school would remain the responsibility of the province, with the municipal units afforded first option to acquire these schools if they so wish. We have often said that we would pay the province to take them in the first place from us because the cost associated with the cleanup is a great unknown that we're not willing to take. This change in procedure has immediate real-world consequences. With the announcement of the new schools for New Germany, MODL would be in a position to decide whether it wants to acquire one and possibly two schools, depending on where the site is. Again, with environmental responsibilities that go along with that, it's definitely something that we're not prepared to want to do. MODL has not and will not receive the municipal financial capacity grant. One of the other things that we definitely support is the $15 million infrastructure money that was proposed in the service exchange. Infrastructure, as we move forward with housing and trying to meet the demands in our communities, we see a huge infrastructure deficit coming our way. We also wanted an agreement on roads, and I think that we're partway there. There is an agreement on Part A that would support towns, but there is more work to do on Part B. Placing roads in Part B, or Schedule A, is supported by MODL, as the need to have more discussion is necessary. Also, things like policing, fire services, education payments, and payments in lieu in Schedule A are also supported. While this new service exchange is a significant step forward, MODL Council recognizes that more work is required to address the remaining priority items that are in Schedule A, and looks forward to the continued collaboration between the province, the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and the NSFM in the continued efforts to modernize the relationship between the two levels of government. In summary, the Council of the Municipality of the District of Lunenburg wants to thank Municipal Affairs for negotiating the service exchange agreement and the Minister for their efforts in arriving at this new proposal. We applaud the efforts that were put forward by Sermgar Committee in negotiating the terms of the new service exchange MOU. We support this updated, modern, responsive service exchange MOU. Recognizes definitely that there is still more work to be done, and those priority items that are contained in Schedule A are necessary to work on as we move forward. And I will leave it at that for now to free up some time if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And there are a number of questions. I'll recognize MLA Mumberkep, please.
Hi, Mayor. Good to see you again. I appreciate you coming on to provide your comments. And as we've all said, we're happy that your community is supportive of the agreement. I think that's been the message from everyone, that if it's we see that this is beneficial for some communities. But my question is around, and you were part of the work that eventually made the recommendation to government, and what we've heard all morning is that there were a number of recommendations from the committee that never made it. That was around the freezing of educational costs. That was around the capacity grant. There was a recommendation that came to increase that eventually to $15 million, and the government said no to all of that, and that's really been kind of the challenge, not only for communities like the CBRM, but also from what we're hearing that there are other communities that are going to receive less over the long term. So that's kind of what I'm grappling with, is that that it's great for communities, it's wonderful. If it's great for your community, that's fantastic, but it's not for many communities. And a lot of the recommendations that came forward through all the deliberation and work that everyone was involved with was rejected by the government. So what is your, I guess my question is how do you feel overall? It's great for Modal, that's wonderful, but there are communities and there were recommendations that were rejected by government. I'd like your comment on that.
Recognize speaker, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, to Minister our MLA Mumberkep. As I look at what has transpired here, and I look at the consultation process that took place, one of the biggest concerns that was raised by members was the ability to have roads placed in Schedule A, the Part B. And that was because of transferring ownership of J-class roads and some other roads to municipalities. And municipalities had a lot of concerns over that part. There was concerns raised by Cape Breton Municipality, and it was believed that they were going to, or the opportunity for them to negotiate with the province of Nova Scotia individually after they raised concerns on the issues that they had. And that was put forward in writing. There was a letter that was circulated by the province for them to come to the table to sit down and look at a new type of, whether they wanted their own charter, whether they wanted to look at some other things at that time. Most municipalities, and again, this has I believe, a 5-year review built into it, which would allow municipalities, they're topped up for 5 years, and in 5 years' time, it's hard to say what would happen, whether that top-up would continue, whether that top-up would be gone, or something else would be negotiated at that time.
Thank you very much. MLA Coombs.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor, for coming in virtually today. We're all happy that a new MOU has been, I guess, negotiated after 29 years and can be beneficial to communities. I'm just wondering how you talked to the member for Sydney Member 2 about the SIMGAR recommendations that were not reflected in Bill 340. I'm wondering about the tax the taxation. So how will your tax rate reflect the changes in mandatory contributions, such as decreasing of tax rate? And if you do decrease the tax rate, how will that affect your operations?
Recognize the speaker, 2 minutes.
I guess the challenges that are faced by municipalities, each municipality will look at this differently, and each municipality will have a decision to make whether or not they reduce their tax rate or whether or not they move forward with meeting some of their infrastructure deficits they have and money that's required to move forward. I guess I don't believe in lowering the tax rate from the perspective that in a year's time we as a municipality may have to put that up. We all are facing huge deficits with infrastructure. With the increased demand on housing comes increased demands on central services and other priorities of the municipality. And again, those would be individual municipal decisions that would have to be made. But to say that we would lower the tax rate at this point in time would be premature in those discussions before we actually got to budget and seen what those challenges are for the next fiscal year.
MLA Tilley, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mayor, for your presentation. My big concern with this savings that we talk about is that it's a flow-through cost, and I'm assuming we're charging all residents in this province. Do you believe that municipalities, it would be an ethical move on the part of municipalities to continue charging residents for something that they're no longer required to pay the province for to use in other areas where those residents will likely be charged through their provincial taxes to pay for those funds? So my concern is that municipalities are going to have to pay that, but the residents are going to pay twice, and that's a big concern that I have. Thank you.
You have 10 seconds if you want to answer that very quickly.
Well, I guess I believe that municipalities have to take a holistic approach to how they look at their finances, and whether or not they lower or increase their tax rate, again, is an individual municipal challenge that they have to look at themselves based on their financial condition at that time.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you so much for your time today. We certainly appreciate it. It was nice to see you. Have a wonderful rest of the day.
Thank you.
Moving on now to our next speaker. This will be our last 15-minute speaker. It is Councillor Pam Lovelace, please. Good morning, Councillor. It's nice to see you. As having been here before, you kind of know the rundown. You'll have 10 minutes this morning to present. Committee members, if I could, please. People in the room, please. We're still having a meeting. Thank you. You'll have 10 minutes to present to the committee with up to 5 minutes follow-up questions from committee members. I have been allowing a little bit of leeway today, so if you go a little bit over the 10 minutes, that'll decrease the questions or vice versa, but it's a maximum of 15 minutes. After you introduce yourself, I'll start your timer.
Perfect. Thank you. I do have handouts. I did not print this off, though, so I will leave this for the committee.
We'll get the pages. Maybe that one of the pages could pass your handouts out. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Bonjour, mes collègues. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and be heard today. My name is Pam Lovelace, Councillor for Hammonds Plain St. Margaret's in Halifax Regional Municipality, not CBRM. So I'm happy to be here once again to offer subject matter advice to the province of Nova Scotia. As a local government representative elected in 2020, I've had the pleasure to sit on the board of Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, NSFM, as a regional representative for the past 3 years. NSFM is the legislated voice of all 49 municipalities in Nova Scotia as determined by provincial legislation, of course. So what is local government? It is, quote, a provider of services based on local needs and desires, a forum for local citizens to make decisions on the way they want to live, a forum for the resolution of conflicting views within local communities, and representative of the community to lobby on its behalf. All of the above fall under the umbrella principle of democratic local self-government, end quote. That comes from the Hayward Report, and I'll get to that in a minute. That is this binder here. With my 25 years experience in communications and public engagement, it's been a noteworthy experience observing the intentional lack of involvement of those most impacted by Bill 340, Nova Scotians. During the early stages of consultation, I raised my concerns about the voices of those most impacted by this provincial reform and was informed by Deputy Minister Paul LaFlèche that notice to the public was not the provincial government's concern. The unfortunate approach of the province not being concerned with engaging, informing, or involving the end user of this reform mandate will result in confusion, frustration, and a breakdown of trust of those who carry the burden to pay for the outcomes of this reform. I would argue that confusion and mistrust is already a byproduct of this process, as seen in recent media, especially on social media. And previous speakers this morning have spoke to that. Colleagues, please indulge me while I share a little bit of history with you. It's important to know your history. And from what I've heard in the legislature over the past few weeks, it seems provincial legislators may not know how we actually got here. I've often heard politicians point to former Premier Savage for municipal reform when, in fact, it started long before he took the Premier's office. You see, in 1990, then Housing Minister Roger Bacon, who became the interim Premier in 1991, started down the road of municipal reform. And there were 66 municipalities at a time when local governments financed housing, income support, child welfare, social services, senior homes with special care, community planning, education, policing, corrections, and so on and so on and so on. And then Progressive Conservative Premier Don Cameron's government initiated the Task Force on Local Government in December 1991. And he did this with the support of the Union of Nova Scotia Municipalities, now known as NSFM today. The task force delivered their findings to government in 1992, known as the Hayward Report, named after facilitator William Hayward. And it stated, quote, using municipalities as bill payers for services over which they have no control is an infringement on their autonomy, end quote. So have you read the Hayward Report on local government in Nova Scotia? Well, you still have time to read it before the Committee of the Whole House and third reading. If you have read the 1992 report, you would know that the service exchange was costed. It was clear to municipalities, to the public, to the province, who paid for what and what the new model would cost each order of government. Here's another quote from the 1992 Hayward Report. Quote, the fact that both urban and rural ratepayers pay provincial taxes to finance police and roads in rural areas, while the urban ratepayer, but not the rural, has to pay extra for local police and roads, is one of the great inequities of the present system. It can be argued that rural residents tend to pay more in gas taxes, but urban residents pay more income tax, end quote. Does this sound familiar? This is the same system we have today. The tax system remains inequitable 30 years later. We are one province, and there's one taxpayer. The service delivery model and division of tasks must be fair, must be equitable, effective, modernized, and benefit all stakeholders. Unfortunately, we continue to uphold a tax scheme that still places a heavy burden on property taxpayers, as you've heard from CBRN this morning. Here's another quote from the 1992 Hayward Report. Quote, the structure of municipal government in Nova Scotia has remained essentially unchanged since the establishment of rural municipalities in 1879. Unchanged. It is 2023. 144 years later, Nova Scotia continues to maintain an inequitable tax scheme. The reality for municipalities is that they have the burden of maintaining 60% of all infrastructure and services, with the legislative restriction to only collect 10% of taxes. This fiscal framework remains unsustainable. Bill 340 does not contemplate the significant fiscal burden on growing municipalities, as we've heard this morning from CBRM. Upon introducing Bill 340 for second reading in the legislature, Minister John Lohr said, and I quote, "A new service exchange agreement will mean more support for Nova Scotia municipalities, and that will help build safer, more vibrant communities with more opportunities for housing, better roads, and infrastructure improvements," end quote. Don't get me wrong, I applaud this government for hearing the call of Nova Scotia's 49 municipalities to modernize the Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU. However, the minister's claims of housing, more housing, better roads, infrastructure improvements, they're not based on any financial evidence available to municipalities or the public. Bill 340 is uncosted. Or perhaps Finance Minister Alan McMaster has costed the service exchange, but the Cape Breton MLA decided not to release the numbers? We don't know. As you know, members of the Service Exchange Renegotiation and Municipal Government Act Review, CERMGAR, the advisory committee, were under strict orders by the province not to provide details to their councils on the MOU discussions. And the use of non-disclosure agreements, known as NDAs, ensured that the contents of this bill, Bill 340, the Municipal Reform Act 2023, would not be released prematurely or debated by councils, and local government was not even permitted to debate CERMGAR in camera. The February 2023 CERMGAR recommendation report does not mention the 1992 Hayward report. Perhaps provincial government did not provide the committee members with this foundational report on municipal reform in Nova Scotia? The CERMGAR recommendations suggest that, quote, mandatory municipal contributions, housing, corrections, and education remain a top priority for NSFM. These contributions account for 1/5 of all municipal expenditures and occur in areas of provincial responsibility. Last year, municipalities collected $293 million, $985,347. I'll read that again. $293,985,347 million. We're almost at $300 million being collected by municipalities on behalf of the provincial government for provincial government responsibilities. Municipalities do not have input on how the contribution amount is actually determined, nor do they have control over how they are spent. Municipal expenditures are continuing to rise faster than CPI, and mandatory contributions add undue pressures on municipalities, end quote. While the intent of this new Bill 340 is to create a piece of legislation that includes amendments to the 4 pieces of legislation, Corrections Act, Education Act, Housing Supply and Services Act, Municipal Grants Act, the financial consequences of amendments are missing. We do not know the consequences of these amendments. And unfortunately, with the accelerating provincial education area rates still on the property tax bill, this continues to be an infringement on municipal autonomy. Bill 340 implies millions in savings for municipalities, yet those savings have not been demonstrated. And after all, the taxpayer will still need to pay provincial government for those services. So, committee, it is my recommendation that the Minister of Finance provide reliable and accurate costing for Bill 340. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you so very much for your comments, Councillor. We do have a couple of questions, so I would start with MLA Taggart, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just
Councillor Lovelace, I just I thank you, number one, for being here to express your views. You talked about your time on municipal governance and subject matter advice, and so I've got a little bit of history in that as well. 12 years in municipal governance and 6 of those on the board of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. And I absolutely agree with you with respect to, in particular, roads. You pointed out roads as a problem. But that problem, in my view, is not a problem that belongs to the province. I believe that belongs to the federal government. In my time at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, I was last half of it. I was vice chair of the rural caucus there. But anyway, the biggest, in my view, I mean, cities certainly get the biggest share, huge share of any infrastructure money that comes out from the federal government, but they always neglected, and FCM fought for this. There are certainly some of us, FCM did anyway, to have roads included. That is the issue there, as I understand it, that creates challenges with respect to roads within cities, is the fact that never has any of the federal government money, which is a tremendous amount of money, ever been allowed to be used for roads. I just wonder what your thoughts are on that. Have you guys discussed that at all? Like, have you? I know you've received, HRM has received a lot of federal infrastructure money, right? Have you ever tried to get money for roads?
I'll go to the councillor with 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you for the question. I'm not here to speak on behalf of roads and HRM. Bill 340 doesn't contemplate, what it is that HRM is looking at. We're talking about the 48 municipalities with Bill 340. Obviously, infrastructure is extremely concerning, especially considering when infrastructure is downloaded from the province to municipalities. That burden shifts from the income tax model over to property tax model in order to upgrade those roads, whether it's cross culverts, stormwater management, bridges, and so on and so forth. Those municipalities, of course, that can access funding from the province to upgrade those roads, absolutely is beneficial. But when we look at the limited amounts of funds that are coming in from federal government to small rural municipalities to upgrade their roads, bridges, stormwater, and so on and so forth, I'm not sure if that's really what I'm trying to get at here, Mr. Chair. My point is that when we have a tax scheme that does not support smaller rural municipalities, and we know that with Bill 340 there are much more than a dozen municipalities that are begging to continue to remove education tax, for example, from the tax bill, who are looking to upgrade infrastructure, considering the infrastructure deficit that's clearly throughout the entire province. My concern is that what we need is a new fiscal framework for municipalities, and I completely agree with you, Emily Taggart, that is important.
Okay, and I'm sorry? No. So that does conclude your time. Thank you very much, Councillor. I would remind, before we move on to the next speakers, I will remind members who have come and gone throughout the day. We have a number of new ones at the table. So we are allowing a little bit of flexibility here today in regards to presentations. If they take a few minutes longer, we're adding that on to time for questions. But I would also remind members, as in the past, the way that we deal with things is one question per MLA. If there are no other questions and there's still time remaining, then you can certainly ask a second question if you'd like to utilize that time. So we are going to move on now to our next speaker. We have had 8 speakers who have spoken in favor or against this bill. We're now moving on to our 9th speaker, and that means that we also have a bit of a reduction in time from this point forward. Each speaker is allowed 5 minutes for presentation with 5 minutes for question. As previous, we're providing a little bit of flexibility there. So if the speakers happen to go over that 5 minutes presentation time, we'll just reduce the question time appropriately for a total time of 10 minutes. Having said all that, I'd like to welcome our next speaker, who is a virtual speaker. It's Mayor Donovan. Thank you for attending today. We appreciate you coming on virtually with us. I will allow you very quickly in a moment to introduce yourself, as well as who you're here representing, and then we'll start your timer for your 10 minutes total time.
Thank you. Yes, as you mentioned, I'm Mayor Wendy Donovan from the town of Wolfville. Good afternoon. I think we've pushed into the afternoon, and thank you for a bit of leeway. I did speak to the minister on the weekend, and he did say we had 10 minutes, so I will try and be succinct.
Thank you very much. I'll start your time now.
All right. Thank you. First, I want to say that I'm here in support of Bill 340. This bill is long overdue, and I'm sure we all recognize it isn't perfect. There are numerous points that we need to continue to work on, but I think it is a great improvement over the previous agreement, and so I do urge you to pass this bill. Wolfville, as many towns in Nova Scotia, is a mix of 19th century street infrastructure, early and mid-century 20th century infrastructure, and 21st century social and community demands. We are a growing town of just over 5,000 permanent residents, plus another 4,000 or some university students that don't get counted in our census, many of those, and certainly increasing, international students. We are a regional center, and our roads accommodate every day hundreds of residents from the region who come to Wolfville to work, to shop, to recreate. And we have tens of thousands of tourists who come from all over the world also to see and be in our beautiful town. If that gives you a bit of a picture, we are absolutely bursting at the seams. We are working as hard as we can with limited resources, historic street design, and aging infrastructure will allow. That said, we want to be a significant team player in the growing of our provincial economy. We want to expand the entrepreneurial opportunities presented at our post-secondary education institutions. We want to be a partner with you in providing housing, addressing social issues, and contributing to climate change mitigation, including the raising of our dikes. The demands of a growing and increasingly diverse municipality, along with changing requirements, and there are so many changing requirements for transit, active transportation, accessibility, equity and inclusion legislation, housing, and other community services, are incredible pressures on communities that are growing, and really incredible pressures on small communities that are growing. So the increased financial capacity from this modernized financial capacity grant will truly help us to better manage this growth. The additional financial support for provincial roads that form the main street in many Nova Scotia towns is welcomed, and I might say long overdue. Towns are regional centers. Our road infrastructure is used by many non-local taxpayers, and it is only fair that additional non-municipal tax support supports this infrastructure. Wolfville and similarly growing municipalities in Nova Scotia should not be disadvantaged because some communities are unhappy with the way things worked out for them. And let me be very, very clear. I am not suggesting for a moment that municipalities like CBRM do not need support from the province. I believe that, like HRM, CBRM warrants specific attention from the province and their own agreement. I was happy to hear that that had been offered, and I think that that probably would be an appropriate approach. What I am saying is that because this bill isn't perfect for some municipalities, those of us for whom it will be a wonderful increase in capacity should not be penalized because this particular approach doesn't work for everyone. I would also say that there are still items that need work, basically the Schedule A list, things like provincial class roads in rural communities. I know you've heard from rural communities in that regard. Grants in lieu, and in particular for communities like Wolfville, Antigonish, CBRM, and HRM. Those municipalities are municipalities that have universities. We want the province to recognize the impact that universities have on our limited housing supply, on our police resources, and our town infrastructure, and I look forward to more discussion on those items. There has been much discussion on how municipalities manage the savings from no longer having to contribute to corrections and provincial housing. Certainly that saving creates capacity in our tax rate. Our taxpayers can choose to reduce their property taxes. They can also choose to use that capacity for things that we have not been able to accommodate. The point being that this will happen in an open, transparent manner in our municipalities. So in closing, I urge you to recognize the benefits this bill will have to the growth and sustainability of the entire province. Increasingly, Nova Scotia is no longer a province where all things go to the big city. There are growing and thriving urban communities throughout Nova Scotia that are creating provincial resilience due to their varied diversity and reach throughout the province. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and again, I urge you to pass this bill and commit to an honest, transparent discussion on the issues still needing resolution.
Thank you so very much for your presentation. Mayor, do we have any questions from members? I have one question. I'll recognize MLA Nicol, please.
Good morning, Wendy. I just wanted to ask if you are aware, if you could give me a number, maybe you don't. How many kilometers of roads is the town of Wolfville responsible for?
I'll recognize the speaker, please.
I would be guessing, but the number 31 or 35 comes to mind, but I really would need, I can get back to you on that. I don't have that on the top of my head.
Thank you, Mayor.
Some of that, of course, will be Highway 1.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll recognize MLA LaChance, please.
Hi, Mayor. Good morning, or good afternoon, I suppose. I'm wondering if you can comment on how you anticipate your tax rate will reflect the changes in the mandatory contributions. So whether that means decreasing the tax rate or using that tax rate for other operations.
Recognize Mayor, please.
That will be a question for our council during our budget process. Certainly the new financial capacity grant will give us opportunities. There's probably 5 or 6 cents on the mill rate that affects. We have many demands, and so I expect that will be where we focus at. With respect to the other savings, which would be another, I'm guessing again, top of my head, 4 or 5 cents on our mill rate, that will be a discussion with our community. It could reduce their taxes if that is the choice of our residents. It could keep our tax rate at the same if there are other things that they want to have in place. The short answer is this is something we will do with our taxpayers.
MLA McDonald, 2 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly to Mayor Donovan. So just to reiterate what I've heard, the tax rate is set by your municipality based on your demands, not by the province. So you'll decide what's in the best interest of your taxpayers, whether you decrease it or you leave it the same or somewhere in between.
Recognize the Mayor, please.
Yes, I will discuss along with our council and with our residents. I think that's really critical. This is something that we believe very strongly in. This is something we will share with our residents, and we will work with our residents to determine where the best tax rate is for them.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? If not, thank you very much for your time, Mayor. Have a wonderful rest of the afternoon. Thank you.
And all the best to you. Thank you.
Okay, moving on right on to our next speaker. This would be the president of Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities. And I do believe it is a virtual presentation.
He said yes.
I'll just look for our, just waiting on our speaker. There we are. Good morning. How are you today?
Good
morning.
Good.
Apologies, I was just in the waiting room.
No problem, no problem. So you have 5 minutes for your presentation, 5 minutes for questions from members. We have been providing a little bit of flexibility there. If you go over the 5 minutes on your presentation, I'll just let you know when you're at the 5-minute mark, and you can't go over the 10 minutes, but we can extend that if you want. And if you finish up a little bit early on your presentation, we'll allow whatever remaining time to that 10 minutes for questions and members. So I'll just have you introduce yourself for the record and which group you're here representing this morning, and then we'll start your 10 minutes.
Sure. My name is Mayor Brenda Chisholm-Beaton of the town of Port Hawkesbury, and I'm speaking today in my capacity as president of the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities.
And I'll start your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Minister Johns and committee members. Today, I speak in favor of Bill 340 as a legislative framework for a new service exchange MOU between the province of Nova Scotia and municipalities. The current MOU is almost 30 years old, and our member municipalities want a new service exchange agreement. We were pleased when the province agreed to this by mandate in 2021. And even more pleased when the province included representatives from NSFM, elected municipal officials, and CAOs to negotiate in an advisory capacity over an 18-month period of committee work. NSFM surveyed our members for MOU priorities, which was foundational in this overall committee work. When the MOU proposal was ready, committee and board members attended provincial consultation sessions to hear what our members had to say. Based on this feedback, the NSFM Board of Directors determined that many of our members were in support, some neutral, and also we wanted to address two significant issues. NSFM wrote Minister Lohr in September to express support for the MOU proposal, noting first that members were not in support of Part B of the roads proposal, and secondly, to give support for a separate MOU for the CBRM, noting that we'd like to see the MOU move forward for the other 47 municipalities. The 1995 agreement was designed to align services with the right orders of government and negotiated with the intent to be revenue neutral. The same parameters of revenue neutrality were not imposed during these negotiations. Instead, we were working towards a more accurate alignment of responsibilities between both orders of government, and which include funding formulas that reflect the current realities of our municipalities. There are many good things that our members have asked for in this agreement. Much of the details are yet to be written in regulation, which we look forward to also being a part of. Our members identified corrections and housing handover agreements as priorities, as well as modernizing the municipal financial capacity grant. Members also wanted the province to take responsibility for obsolete schools. They want more money for infrastructure projects. And of course, roads are always big for our members too. This MOU is a start, but more work is definitely needed. In a letter to the NSFM, the province confirmed that they have heard members on the above and that they understand more work is needed, such as on policing and education. We appreciate the province's commitment to continue negotiating these and other items in Schedule A. NSFM and our members know this agreement is just a start. There are many files yet to be negotiated, and there always will be. And this work will need a solid foundation that requires a strong working relationship with the province. And while we do not always agree, what is important is municipalities working together with the province to do what is best for the people served by both orders of government. Finally, status quo is not a place where we can grow and thrive. We've heard loud and clear from the wide majority of our members who no longer want to be anchored by a nearly 3 decades-old service exchange agreement. It's time for something better, and Bill 340 is step one. born of considerable collaboration and consultation between our two orders of government. Of course, complete service exchange modernization is a much longer negotiation journey that we will need continuous collaboration and consultation, as well as dedicated checkpoints to enable adjustments where and when needed. So on behalf of the NSFM board, I want to thank every municipality who shared service exchange priorities. I also want to thank municipalities who provided both positive and constructive feedback. And I want to thank the advisory committee members who worked hard on the CERMGAR committee and throughout the negotiation process. And thanks, of course, to the province for negotiating a new MOU with us. Thank you so much, time, and for the opportunity to hear me speak.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Perfect on timing. That was right to 5 minutes, so thank you very much. We do have a couple quick questions. I will recognize MLA Coombs, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor Chisholm-Beaton. As you know, most of us, all of us, are happy to have a new MOU after 29 years. That'll be beneficial to many communities. But I do have a question regarding the CERMGAR and the advisory board, and that is my understanding, talking to municipalities and actually reading the recommendations and reading what is before us, as in Bill 340, there's some differences here, and there are recommendations that were really not taken into consideration. I'm wondering, how do you feel about the recommendations that are not being the recommendations from that advisory board that worked really hard for, I think, 18 months? There's no doubling of the grant of the municipal capacity grant, and there is no mention of freezing or phasing out of education. So I'm wondering if you could talk to those two pieces.
Go to the mayor, please.
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair to the MLA. I appreciate your question. I will premise my comments by indicating that I wasn't a direct part of the CERMGAR committee as a representative on that committee. And I guess what I can comment on with regard to your statement is that, this is going to be an ongoing negotiation journey, and this is step one. So certainly there are a lot of priorities that were moved forward from the municipalities forward to NSFM with regard to some that you see in that document. And as we move forward, certainly what is in Schedule A are all extremely important to municipalities, and that negotiation process will continue. In a perfect world, it would be amazing if municipalities got every single thing that we asked for, but that's not necessarily the nature of a negotiation. At the end of the day, we have to continue to move the needle on what municipalities see as important, and we will continue that important work going forward. So I do appreciate your question and just your comment with regard to in I guess increasing the revenue opportunity around for municipalities, and hopefully as future negotiations go forward, we can look at that. But it's definitely something that it will remain a priority of municipalities, and in doing so will remain a priority for the NSFM. Thank you for your question.
Recognize MLA Nicol, please. 2 minutes.
Hello, Mayor Chisholm-Beaton. Nice to see you again. I just had a quick question. I know that you know the matter we're speaking of very well. I mean, you're referring to Part B of roads proposals and things like that. We don't have any of that information. We weren't that involved with it. But previous speaker, HRM Councillor Pamela Lovelace, said that the bill before us remains uncosted. I just wondered if you could provide some input into that comment.
Recognize Mayor with a minute.
Okay, thank you very much through the chair to the MLA. Thank you for your question. I didn't have the opportunity to hear the councillor's comments, but I'm happy to go back and observe the comments so that I can offer up a much more informed answer. And in terms of the costing, I'm not 100% sure if those conversations were had at the CIRMGAR committee table. Again, as I mentioned from the last question, I wasn't a direct participant through that process. So if I am able to get information on that, I'm happy to do some follow-up with you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mayor. That we've got about 15 seconds left there, so I'll end it there with the questions. And thank you very much for your time and presenting for us today. Thank you, and have a wonderful rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on now to our next presentation, also a virtual presentation. I have to say, I think this is the most virtual presentations that we've had since we've started this, so it's wonderful to see people taking opportunities. Our next speaker is Mayor Sandra Snow, and I believe they're letting Mayor in from the waiting room now. Good morning, Mayor. It's nice to see you. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. And you?
Good, thank you. So just very quickly, you have 10 minutes total time. That's 5 minutes for presentation with 5 minutes from questions from the members. I've been allowing a lot of flexibility today. If you go over your 5-minute presentation time, that's okay, but it does eat into your question time. If you're a little bit shorter on the presentations, we'll add that into the questions, so you'll get the full 10 minutes one way or another. And I'll just have you recognize, or if you could state your name and who you're here representing, and then as soon as you're done that, I'll start your 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Mayor Sandra Snow, representing the town of Temple.
So I'm just wondering very quickly, is there an opportunity to enhance your audio at all?
I'm not Is that better?
It is better, yeah. So we'll let you. I'll start your time now. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Chair, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to address the matter of Bill 340, enabling the new Service Exchange Agreement Memorandum of Understanding (MOU). The town of Kentville supports this bill. Specifically, we support the manner in which the province polls the municipalities to determine our priorities, collaborated with the Committee of Municipal elected officials, provided access and expertise from provincial public servants on all matters under review, and finally, consulted with the membership in August and the resulting actions and modifications to the Service Exchange MOU. The current 1995 MOU is nearly 3 decades old and is no longer reflective of our current realities. Municipalities need access to adequate revenue to maintain and grow our communities. We are the building blocks of the province. The town of Kentville is committed to creating a fair, compassionate, and sustainable community. As a town, we are limited in the means that we generate revenue, and accept that over 60% of infrastructure in Canada is owned by municipalities, yet we share less than 12 cents of every tax dollar collected. Grants and transfers from the federal and provincial governments are an important source of revenue. Bill 340 provides us with a new, progressive, and equitable transfer of funds under the new municipal capacity grant formula. Additionally, for those municipalities negatively impacted by the changes, the province has committed to a 5-year top-up of an adjustment measure. It is acknowledged that not all municipalities benefit in the same manner as Kentville. There are concerns with Part B roads program, and the second largest municipality is requesting a separate MOU. We all depend on municipal services and infrastructure. Nova Scotia municipalities are facing unprecedented pressures to meet growing needs in our communities. We need better revenue sources to realize our success, and Bill 340 provides that. Many municipalities are struggling to pay for infrastructure and services their residents need. municipalities are at the coalface of many challenges, such as climate change, the widening gap between rich and poor, and an aging population. I ask that you consider passing Bill 340 and shift the status quo of 30 years. It's a long time to wait for a fair and equitable funding system. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so very much for your question or for your presentation. We do have a number of questions, and I'll recognize MLA Coombs, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor Snow. I've said this to almost every presenter that, we are happy that a new MOU after 29 years has finally been come to the table. But I'm wondering, with the municipal capacity grant, the idea of it is to provide reasonable comparable services at reasonable comparable taxes. And so one question I have is, how will your tax rate reflect the changes in the mandatory with the changes to the mandatory contributions? I.e., will you be decreasing your taxes? And in that, how does the education costs going forward affect your operating?
Recognize Mayor, please.
Thank you, Chair. To the Chair, to the MLA, thank you for that question. So with regards to our tax rate, since I'm only one member of council sitting here before you, the intention would be to remove that mandatory. The town of Kentville has maintained a stable tax rate over the last 10 years. And it would be our intention to reduce our current tax rate by removing both the housing and the portions of those. From the perspective of the second part of your question, repeat it, please, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much.
She was asking what the last part is, education costs.
The last part was in regards to education costs.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair to the MLA. With regards to the education costs, the town of Kentville will continue, as it always has, to collect that mandatory amount. And on our tax bills, we always put the mandatory amount that goes directly to the province in red, so that our taxpayer actually knows what is flow-through money. And that flow-through money will continue as it always has.
Thank you, Mayor. Recognize MLA Nicol, please.
Good day, Mayor Snow. Just a quick question. What is your largest budgetary pressure?
Go to the Mayor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through to the MLA. Our largest budgetary, of course, would be personnel, and then, of course, would be our town police force.
Could you repeat the last one, please?
Certainly. It would be our town police force, would be our second highest amount on
Policing.
our...
Yes. All right, thank you. I'll recognize MLA Taggart, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mayor Snow, in your municipal tax bill, you have, I expect, I haven't looked at it, I should have, you'd have the general rate, you would have a sewer service rate. I expect maybe a specific rates for other things. Do corrections and education and housing have their specific rates, or do you collect that all under the general rate?
Go to the Speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through to the MLA. Specifically, we have one rate that goes out. However, when our tax bill goes out, we actually state the corrections, housing, and education in red as a subset of what our taxpayer is paying. And our sewer is part of our budget. We do have a water system and sewer system here in the town of Kentville. So both of those are primarily paid through billing as a utility.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have any other questions? If not, I'll go back to MLA Taggart for a question.
So if I could, Mayor, just as a follow-up, so I understand that you, and again, I haven't seen your tax bill, but 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, municipalities upset because they were paying this, as everybody has said, education and the provincial services, I guess. We all chose to start showing that on our tax bill as money that was paid out of the general rate. And as a result, that's just another bill that comes out of the general rate, in my view. But so, did you have a specific tax line item on your bill that showed how, that it was called the education tax, or like I would say, as a same as what would be a sewer service rate or that sort of thing? Anything that directly said we're collecting this for corrections or education or whatever?
Mayor Snow, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through to the MLA. Yes, we had those as individual line items with the actual amount that it represented on the overall bill. Additionally, we provided a cut sheet on the back of our utility bill, which gives details of how the money, all tax revenue was spent, as far as percentages for departments. And additionally, we would actually have the number of cents that were going directly to the province for mandatory.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So thank you very much for taking the time to call in this morning or this afternoon. We certainly appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of the day, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Our next speaker, also a virtual presentation. Mayor Murray Scott. Good morning, Mayor Scott. It's nice to see you again. Always a pleasure to see your smiling face. Mayor is with the previous few presenters. You have a 10-minute total time. That's 5 minutes typically for presentation with 5 minutes of follow-up questions by committee members. We have been allowing a little bit of flexibility. If you go over your 5 minutes in presentation, that's okay. You can do that. Or if you finish a little earlier, we'll allow whatever the time is. We'll adjust accordingly so that you get your full 10 minutes. But it is at the 10 minutes. So whenever you're ready, what I will do is ask you to identify yourself for the record, if you would, and who you're representing, and then we'll start your 10-minute time.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, my name is Murray Scott, and I'm the mayor of the municipality of Cumberland. I was a member of the Stormguard Committee, but I'm here today representing my municipality of Cumberland.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Minister, Mr. Chairperson, and members of the Law Amendments Committee. First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today in regards to Bill 340. I want to offer my support, my council's support for this legislation that's present before the legislature. I'm also going to take a few minutes to speak to the impact this will have on the municipality of Cumberland. What I would like to do, first of all, in my presentation is take a moment of my time to talk about community dissolution, which is happening quite often in this province, and the resulting impacts that are being realized by municipalities as a result. In our case, the former towns of Spring Hill and Parisville dissolved in 2015 and 2016, respectively. They both merged into the municipality of Cumberland. Cumberland went from a mainly large rural area offering limited services to a new reconfigured municipality that now contains the two former towns that brought with them huge infrastructure deficits and many financial and service challenges, which were completely different than one had been experienced by the former administration in the municipality of Cumberland. As municipalities were responsible to provide specific services, for example, fire, police, solid waste, building and planning inspection services. As well, we now have, as a result of the amalgamation of the former towns, services specific to those communities such as water, wastewater, and other responsibilities that now belong to the municipality as a result. This past year in our small community, we have seen increase in our services in the amount of approximately $2 million. This is as it relates to police, insurance, fuel, and solid waste. As you would also appreciate, with the increase in uniform assessments across this province, Cumberland being no exception, this has led to increases in revenue, which as well provides for increases in expenditures. But our real question here is, how long is that sustainable? We as a municipality, which is made up of a majority of seniors on fixed income and lower to middle income families, can only ask our taxpayers to provide additional taxes to pay for services in the short term for these additional services. As we continue to reassess our priorities, we realize the need to ensure the tax revenues we are asking our residents to pay is both responsible and reasonable. So under Bill 340, this is the impact it will have for us. I feel the opportunity that municipalities have been offered to be part of the service exchange review is a tremendous opportunity, not having been seen for many years, certainly not in my time. In the mid-1990s, when the current service exchange agreement was reached, I'm sure it was with all good intentions when a balance of funding had to be reached. In other words, neither the province nor municipalities would contribute more than the other while deciding how services would be shared and then paid for. Today, municipalities are being offered an opportunity to advise on the responsibilities of delivery of service by both levels of government without the requirement for that balance. Currently, the proposed results of Bill 340 will provide for in excess of $50 million for municipalities in Nova Scotia. How that impacts municipalities, of course, is different because each municipality is different from each other. But it will include a new formula to determine the municipal financial capacity grants. For my municipality, this gives us 5 years of certainty to be able to plan both operationally and for capital programs. The elimination of the responsibility of collecting dollars for corrections and housing has a huge impact as well. Housing costs that we believe will increase substantially over the coming years. We agree that both of these services are a provincial responsibility and not the municipalities of Nova Scotia. In the case of Cumberland, we will see a reduction of collection of taxes for the province to the tune of $750,000 annually. How we determine the use of that will be a council decision when we do our budget process, which will be coming up this winter and in early spring. Whether it's a reduction of taxes, providing additional services, or is put into additional capital programs will be a council decision. A new $15 million capital grant program will allow municipalities to apply for funding and then use these funds to leverage other programs. Many times, municipalities may not be able to access programs as a result of its inability to provide their share required to apply. This program will absolutely be a benefit to them. A new road program whereby the province will provide funding based on a 50-50 cost share program. We believe this relates to the provincial highway road system whereby routes or trunks that go through towns or former towns in Nova Scotia will be eligible to apply. These roads, we believe, are of interest to the province to be able to support the provincial road network.
5 minutes.
Many of these roads in some smaller towns remain in poor condition because the revenues are not available to allow for upgrades. In our case, the former towns of Parshall and Spring Hill would qualify. An important opportunity, we believe. There has been a concern raised during the discussions with municipalities about Part B of the roads program, and it's been decided that that would be moved off in the Schedule A for further discussion. This item is no longer part of the discussion for our context today. When it comes to obsolete schools, many schools have been declared surplus by the Department of Education or the provincial government and have caused much concern for municipalities because of the financial burden that has come with the demolition and or cleanup of these properties. But the province agreeing to take responsibility for these properties with the option of municipalities to negotiate a buyback if they believe there's a benefit to them is a true win for municipalities. In Cumberland, over the next year, there'll be 2 of those such schools that we'll be able to negotiate with the province if we so decide there's a benefit for us. Lastly, my comments are around the service exchange process and the opportunities it has presented. The committee that was formed to discuss the current environment of service exchange and provide advice resulted in a tremendous opportunity for municipalities, both now and in the future. Many issues will require a lot more review and input from the municipalities and the provincial government. A 5-year review is agreed upon at this time versus waiting for another 25 plus years for a review. As well, issues such as the road concern I mentioned earlier and others requiring more examination will be placed in Schedule A for future discussion, which I believe needs to be addressed very soon, and I believe will start immediately. This is not a perfect solution for municipalities, nor is it intended to be. We will continue to have challenges as municipalities as we attempt to provide services to our residents, your residents. This is a great start as we look at those challenges and work together to address them in a collaborative manner. I, on behalf of our municipality, respectfully ask for the support of Bill 340, as has the executive of NSFM as well. This will allow municipalities to begin to realize the benefits of these programs as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I'll recognize MLA Coombs with 2 minutes, 30 seconds, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor. Yes, the MOU has a long way to 29 years, and, you know, it's great for many communities. However, you know, I want to talk about the SIMGAR, and how do you feel about the SIMGAR recommendations not fully being reflected in the bill? And by that, I mean there's no doubling of the grant. There's no doubling of the grant and also indexing it to CPI. And as we know, there's going to be some losers here who are going to be losing money because it's only a redistribution of funds, no new money in the pot, as well as there's going to be no freezing or phasing out of education. And education our education costs are expected to rise. So I'm just wondering, how do you feel about those parts not being a part of this bill?
Go to Mayor Scott, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to you, to the MLA. That's a great question. I really appreciate it. So, you know, I was reminded from day one that this committee was an advisory committee. We were not a decision-making body per se, but it provided advice. We were guided by the survey that was conducted of the municipalities in Nova Scotia, and we used that as our template for our discussions with the province. You're absolutely right. There were lots of things that our committee asked for the province that we're not seeing in this current bill. However, I don't think there's any discussions or negotiations ever had by any two groups that you ever receive everything that you asked for. The real important part for me of this is there's two things. One is the commitment to review this in 5 years. So this won't happen as we saw happen in the 90s, where it gets put off from government to the next government. And, you know, I'll admit I was part of a former government that, you know, did not take this on like I'm seeing it taken on today, and I appreciate it. But there's a commitment for a 5-year review, which we'll see happen in 5 years from now. I'm sure things will change a lot over the next 5 years, whether there's still a housing crisis, whether there are other challenges municipalities face. But the other part of that as well is Schedule A. So Schedule A will allow for some real important issues that were brought through the survey that was brought forward to this committee to discuss. So that will start immediately. I believe it will start right away with the government and with NSFM support to revisit a lot of these issues. There's going to be a great opportunity as a result of good partnership being structured here in regards to negotiations around what this looks like. I think NSFM has tremendous opportunity here to work with the government in regards to those issues. Some of the issues, for example, ones you're bringing forward at this time. So we did not get everything we were hoping for, but I think we've come a long way. I think the last year and a half provided true benefit for the municipalities of Nova Scotia, and I think a lot more can be gained by building on what the work's already been done.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. That concludes your time. Thank you so much for coming in virtually today. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the afternoon.
Thank you, sir, and all the best. Thank you for having me, and good luck to the committee on your work.
Thank you very much. We get ready for our next presenter. Will be Mayor Pam Mood.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mood. How are you today?
Well,
yeah,
good
switching up
afternoon.
seats. Yeah, no. I'm taking over the chair for a little bit. I will, once I pass it to you, you'll have 5 minutes to present, and then 5 minutes of questions, or you can expand full 10 minutes with no questions, whatever you
Can't
prefer.
imagine me expanding.
No, not at all. Well, I'll let you, once you start, I'll start my timer, and if you could introduce yourself, and for the record, name the community that you represent, and we'll start
Perfect.
the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Pam Mood. I am the mayor of the town of Yarmouth, and I am speaking on the behalf of the town of Yarmouth. So I'd like to first thank the committee members for taking the time to actually hear our thoughts. I'm here to speak in favor of Bill 340. I'll begin by saying that, as was shared by other speakers, I know Bill 340 doesn't give us everything we need, nor was it intended to. No one, including the writers of this document, have ever said that that was the case. Municipalities in the province know we have a long way to go, but frankly, I'm just thankful that we finally have a starting point, and that's where you get going. So on behalf of the town of Yarmouth, I speak in favor of Bill 340 for the following reasons. Number one, this is a start. And without a start, we're halted and hanging on to the status quo, which incidentally is a 9-letter word that should be treated more like a 4-letter word when it comes to progress. The status quo is unacceptable for a province that's committed to growing and for communities committed to the work it will take to get us all where we need to go. If we don't jump on this opportunity, and really, all best intentions aside, it could be another 30 years or 28 years before we get to this work again. The only thing as important as this first step is that we commit formally to taking further steps on the issues that affect us all. Number two, as a town, this is tremendously important to us. Again, not because it'll fix all our issues, but because it's a move in the right direction. It eliminates corrections and it eliminates the housing cost sharing, which is amazing for us. The town of Yarmouth has the highest per capita provincial housing in the province. I think at last count we had like 43% in social housing. That's a pretty big number. Corrections in housing alone is a $400,000 improvement to us. There's no municipality that doesn't have lots of places to put that extra money, whether it's $10,000 or $1 million. To be clear, and I need to state this, many of us have been paying for housing far past the lapsed contract and have withheld contributions in light of that. We don't believe we should have to pay back the withheld contributions, of course, as they were overpayments to the province, so we'll have to figure that out. Regarding roads, it's what our taxpayers ask about most, and it's very difficult to explain the difference to taxpayers between urban economic centres that are service centres for entire regions and rural areas. And I'm not talking about towns and rurals, I'm talking about urban economic centres, New Minas, and there's lots of them. Our population inside the town limits is 7,000 because we're up 5%, and I could do a happy dance about that. And that turns into well over 22,000 people daily as folks drive on the town infrastructure from all over the region. And that's what we're there for. That's not a complaint. We're absolutely thrilled to have those folks. But it does a lot of damage to the infrastructure. Our setup as rurals and urbans and regionals, for me, it already sets us up for failure on many fronts. When it comes to roads, more so. So with the capacity grant, I'm really bad at numbers. Visionary leaders don't do numbers. We leave that to staff and CAOs, and I admit it. With the capacity grant and other changes, we're up around $800,000. So when it comes to roads and things like that, for an urban center, which is what I'm talking about, it's 2023, and fair and equitable is long overdue. We live in a democracy, number three, thankfully, where we understand fully the importance of different voices being heard, and thank you for this committee, because that's what this is for. Under the Democratic banner, none of us would be sitting here if we needed 100% of the votes to win. 100% agreement on anything is rare, and I remember, gosh, as president of NSFM during COVID, that was priceless. We negotiated with the province and received $70 million for municipalities in COVID funds, and still everyone wasn't happy. And that's okay. You have to, sometimes we have to make difficult decisions. Can I have 6? That's the beauty of democracy and difficulty, and the difficulty, that we're free to encourage to share our concerns, and that we're also bound to make difficult decisions and move forward. It means somebody will always be disappointed, but it doesn't mean that we stop moving forward while trying to work through the rest. Number 4, municipalities ask for a new agreement, and NSFM and its members work with the province and with its members on this. Thank you to NSM for the hard work and grueling hours it took to get us here. Likewise, a huge thank you to the province for sitting at the table and understanding changes had to be made and that more will be needed. Practice makes perfect, so you need to hold on to our seat at the table for everything that is municipally driven. Consultation took place where everyone had the same opportunity to voice their thoughts. We know one municipal unit had a separate agreement and another one wanted their own as well. In my estimation, NSFM did its job as it was asked to do for that municipal unit, and that was to advocate for that separate MOU, indeed working on behalf of all municipalities. The town of Yarmouth is left hoping that as this part is sorted out, the rest of us can continue to move forward. I'll finish by saying that, I don't think I have to say this, but getting everything we want in one full swoop, that's a fairy tale. That doesn't happen in real life, no matter where we are. I think we should understand that. So the town of Yarmouth stands in favor of Bill 340 as a first step in getting to us all where we need to be. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
That's great. Thank you, Mayor Mood. We'll have, to the committee members, we'll have 4 minutes of questions, starting with MLA Nickel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Mayor Mood. How are you? It's nice to see you here.
Nice to see
you. And I do appreciate your vision. I remember some years ago when the Nova Center was being built, you said publicly that it is needed because all rising tides raise all boats. And so, therefore, I'd like to see that vision come forward with regards to how we understand one another. I know that there's a lot of budgetary pressures, and like I've asked other mayors of towns, what is your top budgetary pressure in the town of Yarmouth?
That's an easy
one. Mayor Mood. There you go.
See what happens when you're used to chairing? It's infrastructure. That's an easy one.
Underground, overground?
Everywhere. Because you know what? When I talk about roads, for example, we're 260 years old, the town of Yarmouth. So every time we try to pave something, it'd be great to tell the residents, we're just going to pave this for a couple $1 million. But we have to dig up all the infrastructure. It's multi-million dollars just to pave one street. And I don't mean Main Street, I mean a little street. So infrastructure, we have an airport, we have high schools, we have the wharves, we're known for the fishery and try to get some money for those wharves. It's just, and the town owns the ferry terminal. Can someone fix that for me? So it's all money.
Good.
Thank you, Mayor Mood. MLA Burrell.
I understand what you said about the enthusiasm from Yarmouth's point of view for the bill, but you also, of course, have a vast province-wide experience, and I wonder what is your view of the fact that the bill does not work out as advantageously for other regions of the province as you've expressed about Yarmouth?
Mayor Mood.
Thank you. I think it's all relative. I think it does work out. It depends. It depends how you're looking at it. I guess. I haven't honestly, except for one municipality, and I will say that I respect everybody's varying views on how this is going to affect them. But what I've heard across the province is that it does work out.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'd like to thank you for your time, Mayor Mood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'll ask the next presenter to come to the table. Warden Danny Muse. Good afternoon, Warden.
Good afternoon.
I am going to, you get 5 minutes to present and 5 minutes for the committee to ask questions. If you extend over the time of the presentation, whatever time's remaining, the committee will ask you some questions. So I'll ask you to state your name and who you represent for the record. Thank you.
My name is Danny Muse. I'm the warden for the municipality of the District of Argyll. So I guess first off, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present to this committee. The municipality of Argyll strongly supports the Municipal Reform Act as it seeks to address long-standing issues and challenges we face as municipalities. For many years, municipalities, including our own, have faced financial challenges. Despite facing your own fiscal challenges, this department has taken a positive first step in supporting our own fiscal obstacles. We understand that the point of this act is not to solve all our concerns about which level of government pays for what service. It's a process. The act attempts to address issues of principle, that costs created by the province should be absorbed by the province where possible. The NSFM played a leadership role here, seeking critical information for municipalities to support a conversation on shared services. The province received guidance from municipalities in taking this course of action. We know not all financial pressures were addressed, but we know that some were. We strongly support the provincial decision to take ownership of the 1982 schools, the pre-1982 schools. We have learned a lot about the contaminants contained in these schools, and to share it is often in the same time, and the state of it is often at the time of transfer. This is a big relief, especially for smaller municipalities, as they could be avoiding demolition costs that in this year costs could approach $600,000 to $800,000. This allows us to invest these funds in more productive assets in the community. Municipalities have long debated the unfairness of charging municipal taxes to support provincially led services. The transfer of housing and correction costs from municipalities to the province is a step in the right direction. While policing and education represent larger provincial transfers, these items are far more complex for any of us to resolve quickly. The department has stated its commitment to reviewing our shared service arrangements within 5 years, and we support that approach. The elimination of roads consideration from the Act was requested by many municipalities. There were simply too many unanswered questions for us. We note that the elimination from the Act, and this speaks to the sincerity of your intentions to assist municipalities, not simply download issues to us. The old equalization formula was terribly outdated. We support the change to a new calculation and understand why there is no more funding for this type of grant. No grant formula will fairly address all municipal concerns. Adding more funds in a grant may satisfy more municipalities and create little benefits for others. The plan to create a $15 million capital fund, in our view, is more representative of the municipal needs as capital reinvestment in a large undertaking. Again, this capital fund is not perfect either, but it's progress. Municipalities are playing a larger role in building this province than ever before. We are asked to support the province on issues around doctor recruitment, climate change, and more. Services that are traditionally provincially led are now shared among all of us. We all understand the truth that the answer to our most difficult issues does not rest entirely on one level of government, and we must get along to move things forward. Argyll shall receive an additional $180,000 per year under
30 seconds, Warden.
Under this Act annually, not including the benefit of capital funding for school takeovers. Our portion is far from the largest among municipalities, but supports the fairness of these changes. We may not be satisfied with how far this Act goes in addressing issues, and they may have issues with the process of getting here. But there is no argument that municipalities will financially better after the passing of this act. What they choose to do with this is up to each municipality, as it should. So with that, we strongly support the Act, the Bill 340, as presented. We feel that it's a first step, and they will look at it in 5 years. So it's a process that's in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Warden Muse. Are there any questions from the committee? I'm seeing none. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you again for allowing me to present. Thank you.
All right, our next presenter is online virtually, Mayor Bill Mills of the town of Truro. Welcome, Mayor Mills.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ritzy. Thank you very much for having me here today. Just want to clarify, we are speaking on Bill 340, is that correct?
That is correct. So you're speaking on Bill 340. You'll have 5 minutes to speak to it, and 5 minutes we'll leave for questions. I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds to a minute left in your first 5. If you want to continue speaking, you can let us know. But that will eliminate any questions that should we run out of time. Having said that, I'd like for you to introduce yourself and who you represent for the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Bill Mills. I am the mayor for the town of Truro, Nova Scotia. I've been in the position of mayor for 26 years, in municipal government for 37. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair, to address the law amendments on this very important piece of legislation for Nova Scotia municipalities. Now, Truro Town Council has been anxiously awaiting the results of the service exchange review as we are facing increasing financial challenges. Truro is a regional commercial service center for several communities and counties in the region. Many non-residents rely on service provided within the town of Truro, and the burden of this growing regional role has been, for the most part, carried by town of Truro taxpayers, as residents cover most of the services enjoyed by many non-residents. While we welcome everyone into town as it drives the economy, it does place additional strain on our infrastructure, and in many cases requires us to build additional capacity to accommodate the increased demand. On behalf of Truro Town Council, I'd like to thank the CERMGAR committee for the challenging work they have completed. This work has contributed to several recommendations, some of which the province is prepared to act on and bring into legislation. I would also like to recognize the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing and their efforts in a very short period of time to consult with municipalities on what was being brought forward from the committee's report while taking action on some of the concerns they heard from municipalities. With the recommended changes to the municipal financial capacity grant and access to additional funds for former provincial roads now vested to the towns, Truro Town Council sees the proposed agreement as a positive step towards rebalancing some of the inequity that exists in the current agreement. We support the approval of Municipal Reform Bill 340 and implementation for 24-25 fiscal year. Council also feels that it is vital that the province continue to increase the funding allocation for the municipal financial capacity grant to support the growing cost of services and the ever-expanding responsibilities that municipalities face. We further support the establishment of a legislation framework that would permanently remove the financial obligations for municipalities to fund corrections and the shortfall for provincial housing located within municipalities. These changes have been recommended Clearly, neither of these services are a municipal responsibility. We strongly encourage the change to be made and the applicable acts to be amended. Mr. Chair, Truro Town Council understands that not all issues that were a part of the discussion resulted in amendments, and these have been included as part of Schedule A. It is important that none of these issues be allowed to linger on this list, and an agenda needs to be created to drive the required discussions so they can be addressed in a timely manner. Currently, Part B of the road proposal is to be moved to Schedule A to allow for further discussion given issues identified by municipalities during the consultation process. We support the action, but we feel that there must be a clear process for finalizing this issue to ensure that recommendations are fair to all concerned, including towns that assume this responsibility mostly on their own under the current agreement. And while this agreement provides financial benefit to many municipalities, some will be disadvantaged. In the case of CBRM, the province should extend the new agreement to CBRM until such time that separate terms can be negotiated and implemented for their unique circumstance under their own charter. It is important that the province negotiate with CBRM fairly and recognize the critical importance that regional municipalities play in the sustainability of Cape Breton as a whole. Town of Truro looks forward to the approval of Municipal Reform Bill 340 and its ongoing consultation on the items in Schedule A, and is to a fair resolution on the road proposal. That, Mr. Chair, concludes my comments for today.
Thank you, Mayor Mills. We do have some questions. We'll start with MLA Taggart.
Thanks, Chair, and welcome, Mayor Mills. I'm going to try and use you a little bit in my argument about roads. Clearly, you and I have bantered many times on this subject in our years as we work together for the greater good there. It's my view, certainly in towns, I believe, from the outside looking in, I believe that one of the challenges is the upgrade of roads and that sort of thing. And I believe that part of that, and that's been one of the, something that's been brought to attention here a lot of times today. And so one of the challenges there is this issue that back in the day when the feds used to when infrastructure used to be their priority, as opposed to, like, say, climate change today, when infrastructure was their priority and there was lots of money available, that was never available for roads. And as a result, municipalities, towns of all, I should say towns of all sizes, focused on big infrastructure upgrades where they could get their work done for 25 or 50 cent dollars or whatever, and as a result, the roads became a deficit. I guess I'd like to know whether you agree or disagree with that, Mayor, and you know, if there's a role that maybe the province could play there in encouraging our federal counterparts maybe to start to include roads as a infrastructure. Thank you.
Mayor Mills.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Taggart. Yeah, you're right. We did have our discussions on roads. Obviously, you're representing the county of Colchester, and also I represent the town of Truro. And there has been some discrepancy about funding for roads. I agree. As we attended meetings of the FCM, we talked about roads on many occasions, and certainly that led to the gas tax legislation, which we certainly appreciated. Towns in Nova Scotia pay 100% of maintenance and maintaining and building of roads. Basically, it comes down to that responsibility. The other side of it is some of the roads that used to be I guess you use the connector road here in Truro from the Trans-Canada to Willow Street in Truro. The road's been built. It's there. It was built when the Trans-Canada was built, and it was to assure the flow of traffic in and out of town was done efficiently. The question on that particular piece of work is who has responsibility. We, for example, if we were to put up a sign, we would have to go through a process of seeking permission from the province to put up a sign. But when it comes to maintenance, it seems to go back and forth. on who's responsible for that. So those are some of the questions that need to be answered clearly. So any assistance, Truro now is a population of 14,000, but our service area is much bigger than that. And so we have the wear and tear on our roads. And then there's also sidewalks as well. We have an extensive load of sidewalks in our town. So they're all expensive, and everyone knows how much the cost has gone up. So any assistance that we can receive, especially when government provides us funds to promote our area as a tourism attraction or a good place to do business and live, certainly it goes a long way to help us be presentable to people who visit our area. So yes, I will agree. That's a long answer to a short question, but yes, I agree that we should have a bit more funding from the feds, and I think it's totally related to gas tax, and I would welcome that.
Thank you, Mayor Mills. MLA Nickel.
Good day, Mayor Mills. And yes, and speaking of Truro, I've seen more than probably most as I travel through Truro trying to avoid the construction on the highway, replacing that bridge. So I got to see a lot of Truro. My question is with regards to the Municipal Financial Capacity Grant. Is there a formula for that for each municipal unit? Like usually most grants have a criteria, and I just wondered if it was based on population or other reasons.
Mayor Mills?
The best of my knowledge, almost everything that we do, it comes down to a third, and that's subject to change depending on what the project is, and so that's a challenge, and certainly for us over the last number of years, our government representation.
Mayor Mills,
yes.
MLA Nickel wants to clarify the question. Yes. MLA Nickel.
Thank you. Yes, just to clarify, in this particular instance, the Municipal Financial Capacity Grant itself that each municipal unit is going to receive in that regard, is it still one-third?
1 minute.
Well, I think ours is going to go up substantially. We're looking at about $250,000 increase because of the decrease in services that will be taken over by the province. And then, as you mentioned, with the equalization grant, I believe there will be some additional funds there as well. So I'm not sure if it's a third, or that those are funding percentages from projects, but I think we're going to have a substantial increase. I don't have that fact right in front of me.
With 10 seconds to go, you're good, MLA Clark? Okay. Thank you, Mayor Mills, for your time this afternoon. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thank you for your time.
You as well. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on, we will ask the next speaker to come to the front. It's John Traves, my apologies, the solicitor for HRM. So, Mr. Traves, if you could, introduce yourself in how you'd like to be recognized by the committee when questions arise. You'll have 5 minutes to present, 5 minutes to answer questions. If you go over time in the presentation, it comes back to the question side and we take time off that. But anyhow, if you could introduce yourself for the record and how you'd like to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So my name is not Kathy O'Toole, and I'm not the Chief Administrative Officer of Halifax Regional Municipality. Ms. O'Toole sends her regrets. She's not able to attend today. My name is John Traves, and I am the Executive Director of Legal and Legislative Services, as well as the Chief Governance Officer with HRM. Unlike Ms. O'Toole, who is a fellow chartered professional accountant and was a member of the Service Exchange Committee, I am simply the municipal solicitor. We wish to commend the government on initiating service exchange discussions. As you've heard, I think, at length today, it's been almost 30 years since the last significant service exchange discussions. It's imperative to the continued success, in our view, of the province to have strong, financially viable local governments. Halifax Regional Municipality is currently home to approximately 480,582 residents It makes up approximately 47% of the provincial population and 57.5% of the GDP. We are the fastest growing big city in Canada. There are 49 municipalities in Nova Scotia, but this bill applies to only 48, leaving the door open for a service exchange agreement with the Halifax Regional Municipality. We are committed to working with the provincial government to reach an agreement to hopefully come into effect on April 1st, 2024, at the same time as changes to other municipalities. As the CAO of the municipality, there are 3 important points Ms. O'Toole would like you to consider. First, taxpayers within the Halifax Regional Municipality deserve the same consideration as municipal taxpayers elsewhere in the province. To move forward with service exchange April 1st without HRM having an opportunity to participate would not be equitable. HRM has not asked for any special or separate deal and would have liked the choice for council of whether we could participate in the arrangement with the other municipalities. The province has suggested HRM must be dealt with separately and that they recognize there is more complexity and different matters that potentially could be discussed with HRM. We are, however, asking the province to commit to a schedule of meetings to completed service exchange discussions with HRM and would like assurance that no incremental costs would shift to HRM taxpayers in the interim as a result of Bill 340, relieving other municipalities from their obligation to pay towards housing, corrections, or otherwise. Bill 340 would relieve HRM of approximately $12 million in mandatory payments to the province next fiscal year. These savings will benefit HRM taxpayers. However, it is important to note it will have no impact to savings in terms of general rated expenditures to deliver the municipal services in HRM. In our view, all taxpayers, businesses, and residents within the Halifax Regional Municipality should be paying attention to the issue of service exchange and whether the municipality is being dealt with in a fair manner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your answers. I will pass it over to the committee, starting with MLA Coombs.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. If I'm going to interpret these comments correctly, and I really do want to do that, was HRM not asked to participate in the CERMGAR and in fact the consultations for Bill 340?
Mr. Trace?
And the MOU?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, thank you for the question. Let me clarify. Ms. O'Toole and before her, Mr. Dubé were members of the Service Exchange Committee and were part of those discussions. I think her comments really relate to the fact that we would have liked council to have the choice to participate in this agreement that's been finalized at this point, recognizing there's still a lot left to do in terms of Schedule A and the other parts of it. But there is a sense that the issues that are facing HRM are a little bit more complicated and what have you. But I think fundamentally the comment is that there would have liked to have been a choice to participate at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Traves. MLA Nickel.
Thank you, Mr. Traves. And I guess my question was around the same kind of area because we have the majority of the municipalities are saying they're in agreement with what's being presented to them with their understanding, and then CBRM wanting their own charter, and HRM has a charter. And so therefore I was just wondering, and it was my understanding that they were going to work with you separately, but you feel that Bill 340 does involve HRM itself.
Mr. Traves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, what I'm trying to articulate is that, we believe that, and that council, and this is when I say we, I'm seeing the administration of the municipality, which is the CAO, feels that it would have been appropriate for council to have the choice as to whether to participate in the current service exchange, which has been worked up. Given the financial implications potentially, as we've articulated here, to the municipality for the next fiscal year, and recognizing that this agreement, to the extent that it has been reached at this point, has a lot still to go. There will be additional schedules, Schedule A in particular, and it may be that we would need a separate Schedule A for HRM, or there's other pieces that would layer into it. And so, Council's not had an opportunity, because it was not brought forward as there being an opportunity, frankly, to consider whether or not this agreement would be in HRM's best interest to enter into it this time or not.
Thank you. I'll pass it to MLA Lachance.
Thank you. So I just wanted to ask about these 3 points that you raised on behalf of the administration. So have you asked the province to commit to a schedule of meetings? And with or without that schedule, do you think April 1st is a realistic time frame for HRM to have an agreement in place as well?
Mr. Traves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the introduction of Bill 340, there have been some discussions. I think there is an appetite to look at whether this is achievable, and certainly we feel that is potential. What we were saying is currently there has been no commitment to a schedule of meetings that would give us some consensus that we could get there. But certainly the indications from the department are a willingness to engage and to see that through. We'd just like to put it on the record publicly that we'd like to see that commitment and to carry through, but see nothing that would suggest that's not the case.
Thank you, Mr. Traves. MLA Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Traves. I'd like to be able to understand a little bit more. So this bill does not directly impact HRM. Correct me at any point where I'm off base here. Does not directly impact HRM at this point. However, potential implications could relative to equity throughout the province and the transfer of services and those types of things. Has the CAO brought this to the attention of HRM Council for their input and guidance?
Mr. Traves.
Mr. Chair, you to the MLA. No, not at this time. Given that we're not included in it as one of the 48 municipalities, it wasn't. The financial implications, though, are, as we've set out in the briefing, $12 million potentially that could go towards other pieces. But as I said, I think there is willingness within the department to get us to a point where we would be a participant in this agreement by April 1st, which is very encouraging.
With 15 seconds to go, I thank you so much, Mr. Traves, for coming in this afternoon and presenting to us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We'll move into our next presenter, who is presenting online. Jason O'Coin, councillor with the town of Port Hawkesbury. Welcome, Councillor O'Coin. You'll have 5 minutes to present and 5 minutes to for any questions that the committee may have for you. I will let you know when you have 30 seconds to a minute left in your presentation, and then should you want to continue, that time will be depleted off your question period, I guess is what it would be. So I will start off with you introducing yourself and who you represent, and then I'll start your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jason McCoy. I'm a town councillor representing the town of Port Hawkesbury. The town of Port Hawkesbury has been following Bill 340 as it is being debated in the Nova Scotia legislature. I'm speaking today on behalf of our council to support this bill. This is a great deal. There's a great deal at stake for municipalities should this bill fail. Today I'm going to talk about how the bill will benefit the town of Port Hawkesbury. Let me start by saying that I cannot certainly understand the challenges of negotiating a new MOU with 49 municipalities, many of whom are different types, like towns, regionals, and rural municipalities, all of whom have different geographies, varied populations, and sometimes quite unique circumstances. One thing that unites all municipalities is the fact that the MOU we have now is 3 decades old. We all know this, and we all can agree that we need a new MOU to ensure that municipalities and ultimately the people we represent are better served by local and provincial orders of government. I want to remind the Law Amendments Committee that we, municipalities, have been asking for a new MOU. And I want to commend this current government and Premier Houston for committing to this mandate under the leadership of Minister Lohr and the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Another thing I would like to commend this government on is the commitment to collaborate. There was an ask of Minister Lohr and his department. The ask was for direct collaboration with municipalities. And the answer to that ask was yes. I also want to acknowledge and thank all members of the advisory committee who worked with Minister Lohr's department for more than 18 months. These advisory committee members include representatives from NSFM, elected officials, and municipal administrators. This was a heavy lift and numerous hours of time and dedication. Then many of the advisory committee members worked with the province to consult with municipalities in August. I understand there was a lot of engagement, which is great. So what we learned is that a new MOU is a huge negotiation job that will need to be done in phases. For this phase, there's a new municipal financial capacity grant formula, changes for corrections and housing transfer payments, changes for obsolete schools, as well as roads and infrastructure programs. What does this all mean for the town of Port Hawkesbury? Eliminating the requirement for municipalities to cover deficits for housing and corrections will save our town annually. Freeing up funds, which means we can reinvest into our communities. And we all know that municipalities face major infrastructure challenges, and we need new revenue streams to tackle these. Additionally, we can take these savings and leverage it in the new 50-50 cost sharing infrastructure program being proposed. For example, $15 million is a significant amount to earmark for municipal infrastructure at 50-cent dollars. I can share that the town of Port Hawkesbury is excited to potentially participate because we want to be proactive with housing. And to do that, we need to make sure we are development ready. We can't do that alone. So having a program like this can make a big difference. Although the town of Port Hawkesbury does not see any immediate benefits from changes to the MOU for the province to take over obsolete schools built prior to 1981, we can certainly benefit
1 minute.
from application to the roads program for trunks and collectors for towns. The MOU also includes changes to the Municipal Financial Capacity Grant. The Municipal Financial Capacity Grant is a crucial piece of the MOU because it helps bridge some of the gap for the financial sustainability of municipalities. The town of Port Hawkesbury is one of the municipal recipients of this grant. And under the unfrozen and newly proposed formula, we will receive additional funds for a new total of nearly $300,000. This capacity grant boost will be greatly appreciated as every year we sit down together as a council for budget deliberations, and having this extra funding means we can get more work done without raising taxes. The town of Port Hawkesbury's support for Bill 340 also lies in the next phases of the MOU negotiations. We know this is only one step and that much more work is needed on important files of mutual interest, like mandatory education transfers, policing, and more. We believe Bill 340 is an important piece of legislation because it will start us on a pathway that will modernize services exchange MOUs that will not only benefit all 49 municipalities, but also all the communities and people we serve. Lastly, we'd like to thank this government for listening to the collaborative input of the Nova Scotia municipalities. Bill 340 and continued work on modernizing the MOU will have a great value for the town of Port Hawkesbury, as well as other municipalities and citizens in Nova Scotia. Thank you for your time on behalf of the town of Port Hawkesbury Town Council.
Thank you, Councillor Coyne. I do have one question. MLA Coombs.
Thank you, Councillor Coyne. I just want to correct one thing, that there is at least one municipality saying that they will not benefit, so not 49, maybe 48. But my question for you is, the town, in your notes, it says the town of Port Hawkesbury support for Bill 340 also lies in the next phase of the MOU negotiations. My understanding of that is Schedule A. And is there any concern with if Schedule A is done in regulations rather than coming back to the legislature for a sober second thought?
Councillor O'Coin.
Through you, Chair. Thank you for your question. The way it is today, we definitely do support it. And we do feel that moving forward, that there'll be more discussions, and we have no reason to think that they will not be positive as well.
MLA Nichols, sorry.
I get that a lot. So you mentioned about the municipal finance grant was a means of bridging the gap, and I've asked this earlier, but I'll ask you, what is that grant based on? Is there some criteria for the town of Port Hawkesbury that they look at?
Councillor O'Coin.
Through you, Chair. Thank you for the question. The information that I've been given is that the numbers presented are in the ballpark of what we will receive. For me to say that I've asked for a formula, I would be misleading you. I have not asked for a formula, and I'm taking direction from our leadership, which I trust.
Seeing no other questions, I want to thank you, Councillor O'Coin, for joining us this afternoon and presenting.
Thank you for giving me some time.
Thank you. I will now move on to our next presenter. I have Patty Durkee, District 4 Councillor, Municipality of the District of Yarmouth, joining us virtually. How are you today, Ms. Durkee?
Great. Thank you so much.
Great. So you're going to have 5 minutes to present, and then 5 minutes there'll be 5 minutes left for questions. So a total of 10 minutes. If you do decide to go into your questions or go into your question time, then that will be taken off the question time. So with your presentation, if that makes sense.
Indeed, it does.
Excellent. So, Councillor Durkee, I'll ask you to introduce yourself and who you will be representing today for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today on behalf of Bill 340. My name is Patty Durkee, and I am a councillor representing the Municipality of the District of Yarmouth. Many thanks to the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, the Service Exchange Committee, and the provincial government for working collaboratively over the last 18 months to change the Memorandum of Understanding to improve financial outcomes for municipalities in Nova Scotia. 28 years is a long time to go without changes. Look how different our world is today from 1995. Not all good, unfortunately. Our council unanimously supports the Municipal Reform Act, Bill 340. Do we want the responsibility of old, unhealthy school buildings? No. Do we want to pay housing and justice deficit costs? No. Do we want our share of provincial tax through the Municipal Financial Capacity Grant? Yes, we do. Have we had to pay for things that we do not control? Yes. Do we want more downloading, No. Rural municipalities pay for policing, education, tourism, recreation, water, fire services, wastewater, infrastructure, solid waste, wharves that have been downloaded, lighting, J-class roads, beautification, and in our case, our airport and ferry terminal. We also contribute to doctor recruitment and more. The taxes we collect from our residents is our main source of revenue. In today's world, everything costs more money. The pockets of the provincial government are much deeper than that of municipalities. So we appreciate opportunities where we can save money to put towards capital and operating expenses. By enacting Bill 340, the provincial government has chosen to work with municipalities on a service exchange for the first time in 28 years. This process has been lengthy and not easy, but most sides have come together to make positive changes so municipal units keep more money. Let's just hope our provincial taxes do not increase to cover the costs associated with Bill 340. As we all know, Nova Scotians pay the highest taxes in the country. Municipalities have had many challenging, unique issues to deal with these past few years. Droughts, floods, COVID, hurricanes, coastal erosion, lack of housing, policing, lack of health care, supporting the influx of immigrants, and inflation. Some families in our communities are dealing with the effects of wars, which is bringing about conflict in ways at least I have never experienced in my lifetime. Municipal councillors are dealing with increases in budgets, which have never been seen in the past. It is imperative that all levels of government collaborate to provide the best quality of life for all. We are the level of government that understand the issues that are most concerning to our residents. The Municipal Reform Act, Bill 340, is just the beginning of further negotiations to improve outcomes for all Nova Scotians. Municipalities still need to discuss the burden of roads and the cost of education. Regulations and Schedule A are of high priority on everyone's agenda once this bill passes. We look forward to further consultations. We can't ask for things from the government and then when they agree, say no. Let's get necessary changes made and continue to work together for the betterment of our residents. The municipality of the District of Yarmouth wishes to thank Municipal Affairs, provincial government, NSFM, CERMGAR Committee, and all the staff who have contributed to this modern agreement. We stand in favor of Bill 340, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Durkee. I have a question from MLA Nickel.
Thank you. You knew, Councillor Durkee, I would have to say hi. Nice to see you. I just wondered, and you're speaking with regards to, I know everybody, you're trying to keep above water and above budget. Did you say that, I just wondered have you kept your tax rate pretty much the same, say, over the last 5 years? I'm just kind of wondering.
Councillor Durkee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to MLA McNichol. Nice to see you too. Yes, we have tried very hard to keep our taxes at the same rate. I think once in 7 years they have gone up very minimal, but we have been very fortunate that we have not had to raise our taxes.
I'm seeing no other hands up. Councillor Durkee, thank you so much for presenting to us this afternoon, and enjoy the rest of your day.
It has been my absolute pleasure. Thank you very much to all of you who are on the Law Amendments Committee and for hearing our thoughts. Have a great day.
Thank you. Okay, moving along, we'll move into our next scheduled presenter is Mayor Christine Blair and Dan Troke, Chief Administrative Officer of the Municipality of the County of Colchester. Welcome. So, Mayor Blair, you'll have 5 minutes to present, and then another 5 minutes for questions, should the committee have questions for you. If you want to move into your introduction and how you would like to be addressed in the by the committee members during questions, please, I'll acknowledge you, Mayor Blair.
Thank you very much, Chairman Ritzie. I appreciate that. Mr. Chair and members of the Law Amendments Committee, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today regarding Bill 340. My name is Christine Blair. I am the Mayor of the Municipality of the County of Colchester and am here representing our municipality. I'm accompanied by the Chief Administrative Officer of Colchester County, Dan Troke. While I appreciate some of the positives of the overall municipal service exchange and the long hours that the advisory committee and the provincial government have put into this, I do have some significant concerns on the spirit of what the amendment bill is trying to achieve. Those concerns relate to roads. Although roads are no longer referred to in the bill, we are very concerned that the issue of roads will resurface outside of the legislative process and will emerge in regulations. Not long ago, our council, like other municipalities, received a presentation on a service exchange agreement proposal. The most concerning element of this proposal to Colchester was that which related to roads, particularly the Program B, for G, H, I, and J class roads. The proposed funding assistance for paving these roads is contingent on the municipality assuming ownership and responsibility of all future maintenance of them once paved. Those consultations during the month of August left us with more questions than answers. Much of our conversation had previously been solely around J-class roads. Colchester has just over 111 kilometers of J-class roads. Classes, however, the proposed agreement involved additional road classes, G, H, and I, which in Colchester with J-class now amounts to over 1,278 kilometers of roads to consider. The proposed service exchange agreement does not properly address the unknown costs and logistics related to long-term maintenance, repair, and replacement of roads transferred to our municipality if we were to participate in the new program. There has been no opportunity to look at either short-term or long-term potential consequences, review budgets, look at the impact on taking over roads. How will this affect our need for equipment, human resources, and supporting infrastructure required to house and maintain these additional resources? This is especially a concern at a time where we continue to see rising costs on all products and services, labor shortages, and challenges sourcing equipment. Ultimately, the proposed agreement does not answer these questions as it did not involve proper consultation or input from the technical expertise of rural municipalities in its development. It was also disappointing that the consultation with our council was more of an information session with Q&As. We were hoping for more. While the government presents this bill as a collaborative approach, municipal units do not all feel that this is truly the case. With so many outstanding questions yet to be answered in emergency services such as policing, added pressures we are faced with regarding housing, and no efforts to project long-term costs associated with the operations of roads if they were to become the sole responsibility of a municipal unit. I fear roads will go unpaved and citizens will ultimately be left with inadequate services. Municipalities do not have the financial means to consider this, and has been stated to you in the past, nor does it make sense for the taxpayers of Nova Scotia to begin duplicating your resources in each of our municipalities. The provincial road network is your responsibility. As I have said many times, Colchester County is a happening place. We have made great strides in our municipal planning strategy and our many economic development initiatives. We are in a very good financial position. We appreciate the long-standing issues being heard and attempting to be addressed by the provincial government. I do, however, hope you will consider the impacts of what amendments to Bill 340 may have on municipalities across Nova Scotia, particularly with regards to roads for rural municipalities. If not included in the bill and left to be addressed in regulation and a service exchange agreement, more work must be done to ensure such an agreement is comprehensive and has the best interests of all parties in mind. My concern is the residents, the 38,000 residents and taxpayers of Colchester County, and how giving roads to our municipalities could impact our ability to provide services that they expect. This will require a more thorough consultation, and I believe there is merit in digging deeper into all issues related to an equally balanced service exchange prior to finalizing an agreement, rather than the current approach being presented. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for your time and the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Mayor Blair. I do have some questions. I will start with MLA Hanson.
Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again for that presentation. Mayor Blair, I just have a question, and it's two of them together, but I think you've answered them within your presentation, but I wanted to be clear on that. Do you think that Schedule A should come back to the legislature as an amendment, and do you feel that the consultation was a box that was checkmarked off, and it could have been more meaningful with better conversations and longer timelines?
Mayor Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that the committee did a lot of work on this, and I believe that there was a collaborative attempts with the provincial government and work done with the provincial government. What I'm concerned about is Program B, which is actually roads as they relate to rural municipalities. I'm not thinking in terms of the towns. If the towns have assistance with the roads within the towns, which they haven't had before, that's wonderful news for the towns, and I applaud that decision. Now, I think I missed the second part of your question.
It was just
Sorry, MLA Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just was wondering, did you feel the consultation was a checkbox and it could be more meaningful? And the first question was, do you think Schedule A should come back to the legislature?
Mayor Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe the consultation was more of an information session. We did have an opportunity to ask questions, and we did receive some answers. We didn't receive all the answers that I believe we needed as a rural municipality, especially as they related to roads. There was one session with the Department of Public Works, and we did get some more answers there. It is also a concern that there may not be if a J-class road, for example, was fixed up and paved at 50% cost of the municipality and 50% cost of the province under the management and the specs of the provincial Department of Public Works. As I understand it, that would not include bridges or handrails, but I would like to get more information on that. So the consultation process was there. We had an opportunity for the month of August to talk about this, but it was less of a consultation that perhaps we would have liked to have seen.
I have MLA Nickel with a minute and 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in. It's nice to understand Nova Scotia by listening to each municipal unit that's come today, and thank you for your input, because I've heard for many years about J-class roads being problematic, but then you brought up G, H, and I as well, and so I just wondered, like, what is the agreement? Because, like, to your comment, provincial roads are the province's responsibility. Are these classifications all provincial roads, and are they cost shared with regards to how they're maintained and recapitalized and all that?
That's correct.
Mayor Blair?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm like Mayor Mood. I'm used to answering the questions. Yes, GHI and J class roads are provincial roads. We do have an agreement in place and have had the opportunity of having an agreement in place for a number of years. A 3-year agreement with the provincial government that we would pay, the municipality would pay 50% and the provincial government would pay 50% to upgrade a J-class road. The process would be the municipality would submit the name of that road and the provincial government would prioritize it. And if the opportunity presented itself to get that road paved, then it would be a 50-50 cost share. There is an agreement in place to that effect now. GH and I were...
Time is elapsed. Thank you, Mayor Blair, for coming in and presenting to us this afternoon.
You're welcome.
Safe
Thank you so
travels
much
home.
for your time,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and committee members.
Okay, we will now move on to our next speaker, Warden Bonnie McIsaac, a municipality of the County of Inverness. Good afternoon, Warden McIsaac. I will ask you to introduce yourself and for the record and who you represent.
Sure.
You'll have 5 minutes to present and 5 minutes for the committee to ask questions afterwards, totaling 10 minutes. So I will now pass it to Warden McIsaac.
All right, good afternoon. I am Bonnie McIsaac. I am Warden for the Municipality of the County of Inverness. Thank you, members of the Standing Committee on Law Amendments, for your time and attention this afternoon. Today, I'm here to speak to Bill number 340, Municipal Reform Act. Located on Cape Breton Island, the municipality of the County of Inverness covers a geographical area from Port Hastings in the south and stretches northerly to Meek Cove. As a council, we represent a population of approximately 14,500 year-round residents. On October 17th, our council welcomed the introduction of the Municipal Reform Act to the Nova Scotia legislature. This act requires the hard work the province This act reflects the hard work the province and the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, NSFM, took to update the decades-old Municipal Exchange Agreement. It has been more than 25 years since any provincial government allowed a substantive review and renegotiation of the Service Exchange Agreement between the province and the municipalities. The municipality of the County of Inverness is a member of NSFM and is pleased to work with the organization, conducted in collaborating with the municipalities to compile priorities and share with them the newly formed Service Exchange Review and Municipal Government Act Review (SERMGARD) Advisory Committee. This committee was comprised of provincial staff, NSFM staff, and municipal elected officials and administrators. On behalf of Council, I want to thank all of the Advisory Committee members who devoted so much time and energy into their work. Through all that hard work, conversations and consultations with NSFM and municipalities across the province, this new agreement gives the municipality of the County of Inverness new financial tools to sustain, grow, and plan for the future. In particular, Council is pleased with the termination of municipal contributions towards costs from corrections and especially the discontinuation of housing net operating losses. Additionally, Council was not supportive of Roads Program B and was appreciative that this proposed program be returned to Schedule A, which outlines other municipal priorities for future phases of MOU negotiations. Therefore, Municipal Council of Inverness supports the framework that was developed via the work and consultation with NSFM and the changes outlined in the Service Exchange Agreement. Obviously, the work is not complete, and there are additional service items to be reviewed and discussed with our provincial counterparts. These discussions will happen over time, and Bill 340 sets the stage for future negotiations. At the municipality of the County of Inverness, we look forward to continuing these conversations on future service exchange items and working towards a positive, proactive, and collaborative relationship with the Department of Municipal Affairs and the province of Nova Scotia. Thank you, Chair and committee members, for your time.
Thank you so much. I do have a question from MLA Coombs.
Thank you, and thank you, Warden. Hello to another Cape Bretoner. It's good to see you. That's all right. You're still a warden. I still am. There's no such thing as really new. Do you think that Program B, now in Schedule A, should be done in regulations, or do you think it would be, or should it come back to the legislature in order to have a system like this in case there's municipalities that may not like the outcomes?
Right. Warden McIsaac?
They're used to.
Speaking, I would say on behalf of council right now, we are happy with the way it is proposed.
Any questions on? No. Okay. MLA Coombs.
So do you mean, I'm just trying to get a clarification of happy how it's proposed.
Okay.
Do you mean you're happy that it's proposed to go to potentially go to regulations?
Yes, that is.
Okay. No, just wanted to clarify on that.
Warden McIsaac.
Yes, that is set to go to regulations.
Okay. I see no other questions. I want to thank you so much and for coming in today, Warden McIsaac, and traveling thus far from Inverness County.
It's important.
Yes, for sure. Thank you. Thank you so much. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excuse me. It's now time to ask Deputy Mayor William Cormier to come to the podium and make his presentation. Deputy Cormier, thank you so much for coming this afternoon to present to the Committee of Law Amendments. You'll have 5 minutes to present, and there'll be allotted 5 minutes at the end for some questions. If you could kindly introduce yourself and who you represent for the record, and I'll start your time once you do that. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is William Cormier, Deputy Mayor of the town of Antigonish. I'm here today to speak to Bill 340, the Municipal Reform Act. I'd just like to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak, to share council's and the mayor's views. My colleagues around the council table and I unanimously agree that Bill 340 will have a significant and positive impact on municipalities across Nova Scotia, including the town of Antigonish. As a longtime councillor, I understand the time it takes to institute change within government, and I applaud this government's commitment to taking on this task. The Municipal Reform Act will give municipalities in all shapes and sizes across the province a chance to reinvest and leverage more opportunities and invest more effectively in their own communities by taking away the need for some mandatory contributions. While these contributions are important, they take huge portions of our municipal budgets that could be spent on infrastructure upgrades, community-based programming, and grants to support local-based initiatives like affordable housing, transit, and emergency management. We are all leading through difficult social, economic, and environmental challenges, whether the provincial or municipal level. The pressures are more prevalent now than they ever have been. We all have the same goal in mind, to build stronger, more sustainable communities. I believe this bill will assist municipalities in creating stronger objectives that can be achieved in shorter timelines. Municipalities need to be able to respond to the growing demands of our communities. By removing these contributions, the town of Antigonish is looking at approximately $250,000 a year in annual savings, which is a significant number when looking at the scale of our operating budget and capital work plan. As stated before, by removing these mandatory funding contributions, the town can invest more money each year to improve local infrastructure, will support the population growth Antigonish has seen over the last 3 years. Each year, our provincial partners ask municipalities to take on more. With housing challenges, facility upgrades, accessibility requirements, attraction and retention of physicians, we are always willing to step up to the plate. However, we need the financial capacity to undertake and support this work. Bill 340 is designed to aid in that support. As was outlined in the presentation of the bill, municipalities were consulted prior to it being presented in the legislature. These conversations are a vital component of any significant change being considered. Municipal affairs staff listen to municipal units, adjusting the final recommendations and drafting the final act. The final bill, combined with the implementation of a new infrastructure program, will further help municipalities as we continue to grow and adapt to the changing environment. To reiterate my opening statement, the town of Antigonish supports Bill 340 and commends the provincial government on its commitment to embracing change as we embark on a new era of growth and development. The town of Antigonish is eager to work with our provincial partners to build a stronger Nova Scotia. Thank you for your time, committee.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor Cormier. We do have a question from MLA Coombs.
Hi, Deputy. How are you? You mentioned that the town of Antigonish will save money with the removal of the mandatory costs. And I'm wondering if you can explain how the town's going to save money with the mandatory costs being removed when that money is collected and sent to the provinces, or sent to the province.
Deputy Mayor Cormier.
Well, to break down the 250 that I talked about, it comes from the contribution that we used to make on corrections, contribution on the housing authority, and the upgrade to the capacity grant. When you combine all of those three together, they net out to the 250. But when you look at, when we do our budgets, municipal units have to pass a balanced budget. 2 and 2 has to equal 4 every year. So we have a basket of expenses, all right, and whether it's police, roads, whatever, and part of that basket was those contributions we made. And then we have to set our tax rate to cover those. So that basket's a general basket. And the monies that we raise, so if we can get rid of an expense, that just gives us more capacity, whether it's affordable housing or transit or keeping tax rates the same. So it doesn't have to go back. We get to keep the money we raise. How much the expenses have gone down.
Are there any other committee members have a question? Oh. MLA Sheehy Richard.
So it's just under a general area rate. So on the tax bills, it doesn't say that so much was sent back for these things. So you could take that money and invest it in infrastructure that might be needed. Is that
Deputy Mayor Cormier.
Oh, not mayor yet. So you got to step back a minute. So we have two things. We have our expenses, but when we raise money through taxes, that is a general raising of money. It doesn't have to be applied specifically to any one expense. Versus, let's say, a water utility, all right, and which is regulated by the URB. When you set a water rate, you have to be able to tie it into an expense. And if you don't have an expense, you can't raise the money. So that's a fundamental difference, because I've been following online some of the discussion. So there's a definite difference there. If the expense isn't there in a water utility, you can't charge, the water bill has to go down. Versus on our general rate, our taxes, when we set our tax rate, that pays for a pool of expenses. And those tax dollars are not individually tied to any one expense unless you're talking about a water utility.
MLA Coombs.
Thank you. I very much understand municipal. I was a former counselor. So I understand how all of it works, and that's why I was asking the question, because in several municipalities, they actually put the mandatory contributions on their tax bills. So with that, that's why I was asking it. It was because the municipalities, a few of them even said here that one puts them in red, the mandatory contributions. I think it was Kentville, I can't remember. And I know that the CBRM also does it, and there's a few others. And so that's kind of why I was wondering about that tax, about your tax rates and that. And what is your tax rate?
Deputy Mayor Cormier.
$1.10 on residential.
Well, that's low.
Well, it depends on the assessment. You got to multiply the two together. Just on that, part of that is for a transparency to let taxpayers know. So it's a bit of an information session. But from a legality point of view, you don't have to. Basically, you raise that money and you cover these expenses, and it doesn't have to go, when you raise that dollar here, it doesn't tie into a specific expense. It's a good idea because it shows taxpayer where the money is going. But there's no legal requirement to tie one to the other, except in a water utility.
See no other questions with 25 seconds to go. I want to thank you for presenting to us this afternoon, and have a safe trip back to Antigonish.
Safer and quicker trip with the new highway. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. We have Mayor Don Clark, the town of Berwick, joining us virtually, and Mayor Clark, I just wanted to let you know that it's 5 minutes for presentation, and then 5 minutes for questions, should the committee have questions for you after. I just wanted to give you the timeline there. Having said that, I would like for you to introduce yourself and how you would like to be addressed when we do have questions for you. And once you do that, I'll start your time and look forward to your presentation. Thank you, Mayor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Don Clark. I'm the mayor in the town of Berwick, and I'm speaking on behalf of the town of Berwick. And we are definitely in support of this bill and the work of the CERMGAR committee. And speaking of CERMGAR, I had the pleasure of serving on CERMGAR. So I had a number of items on and I actually have shared a letter, so I'm not sure it's gotten to the committee, but having listened to most of the presentations today, I'm not going to rehash a lot of the things that I've heard because I am supportive. I was particularly pleased to hear Mayor Scott and Mayor Butler-Getson, who were chair and vice chair of our committee. I think they did a great job and covered most of it. And many of the mayors, especially of towns, have covered many of the things that I would have normally read through here. So I'm going to skip that and just make a few general comments. As a member of the CERMGAR, we spent a lot of time on the Municipal Fiscal Capacity Grant. And we had a lot of excellent resource people from the Department of Municipal Affairs who gave us all kinds of data and information and take-homes to study. And we did spend a lot of time on it. And so there was an attempt to modernize it and to change it enough to make it more up-to-date. And basically, I spent a lot of time trying to understand myself why some people get money and others don't. But basically, as has been said, it's trying to allow citizens anywhere to enjoy a similar level of service for a similar tax burden. So it basically says you establish a need, you subtract from that the ability to pay, and that equals the grant, although the grant is prorated on the money that is available. So in class 1, which most towns are, there's a standard expenditure per dwelling, and you multiply that by your number of dwelling units to establish your need to provide services, and you subtract from that a standard tax rate that's been established for your class times the actual assessment in your area, which shows what you have in the way of revenue, and the difference is the grant. So it's actually good if you don't get this grant, because it says you have good uniform assessment, or you have good assessment. So there are many municipalities of different sizes that don't get the grant because they're able to provide their standard level of service with what assessment times their own tax rate provides. So I think that's something that's been missed here to some extent in the discussions. If you don't get it, you're doing very well. So actually, Berwick has lost a little bit of the former the grant that we used to get. Under this new arrangement, we've lost several thousands of dollars. But in actual fact, I guess it's going to be frozen for 5 years. And my hope, I won't be here, but my hope that in 5 years, the town of Berwick won't need any of that fiscal capacity grant, because we are growing right now and things are looking up for us. And so maybe we'll be in a position like some of our more affluent friends who don't have to have any capacity grant. But I was very pleased with what went on in Sermgar. I felt Municipal Affairs worked well with us, and we had lots of discussion. We spent lots of time. And the other thing I'd like to mention is the infrastructure program, which I think is particularly important to small units, because quite often you may be able to get a grant, but you may have difficulties providing your 33% or 50%. And the infrastructure program that's been announced here will help municipalities come up with that share that they sometimes can't come up with, and therefore be able to apply for grants that they might not otherwise have done. Roads A has been mentioned, and I think that's certainly an improvement. We didn't have any sharing on our roads. We've looked after our roads for 20-some years, and we spend a lot of our money on the route that goes straight through our town, our commercial street, Route 360, and that's the only road we'll get some help with. The road has just been partially redone and partially patched and paved, and is in pretty good shape right now. So I'm not sure when we're going to be able to take advantage of that 50-50 sharing with the province. So I'll end there. Other things, the obsolete schools don't apply to us, but they do to several, and I think it's an improvement. And I am looking forward to all of the things in Schedule A. So I'll leave it there and ask if there's any questions.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. Ask the committee if there's any questions for Mayor Clark. MLA Nickel.
I'll always have a question. Thank you, Mayor Clark, for presenting today. I just wondered, like I asked others, have you raised the tax rate at all in the last 5 years for Berwick?
Mayor Clark.
Yes, although last year we lowered the tax rate a cent, but our tax rate has gone up and down. I've been mayor for 12 years. The first year I was mayor, we lowered the tax rate 8 cents. And that was because we had lost a number of major manufacturers in the town of Berwick, Larson's Packers being the last one. And then Larson's Packers was purchased by Eden Valley Poultry, and that put us in a good stead because Eden Valley is a major contributor to much of the revenue that comes into the town. So we were able to lower the taxes, against some people's advice that we shouldn't lower taxes. And then since that time, over the 12 years, I think rates have gone up a couple of times, a few cents. But our last tax rate was lowered 1 cent.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. MLA Sheehy Richard.
Hi there. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to the committee today. It's much appreciated. I'm just curious, I know when our municipal council recently lowered their rates, would that be based on the fact of the highly increased assessed values that came in? So sort of to balance what you were getting in for revenue versus, what your budget amount was. Is that sort of how you got to that?
That's exactly.
Mayor Clark.
Sorry. That's exactly what happened last year. We had a very significant increase in assessments because of what was happening all across the province, I think. So I think I might have been a lone voice. If we had a few more councillors, we might have lowered it a little more. But there are 7 of us around the table. We all have to agree.
Well, I don't see any other hands up from the committee members. I want to thank you, Mayor Clark, for joining us this afternoon virtually and presenting to the committee.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Bye-bye.
Excellent. Welcome, Councillor Huntley. It's joining us virtually. Paula Huntley, Councillor for the town of Kentville. My name's Dave Ritzie. I'm the Vice Chair of the committee, sitting in the chair seat. I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself and who you would represent. You'll have 5 minutes to present, and then 5 minutes for questions at the end from committee members. So once I acknowledge you, your time will start. Councillor Huntley.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today on Bill 340, an important focus on helping municipalities framework for growth. As said, my name is Paula Huntley. I am a councillor with the town of Kentville, and we support Bill 340. Part of my role as a councillor, like many municipal leaders, is to look at ways that will help my community bring growth and economic support to our taxpayers. With present and future planning, I see Bill 340 doing this. When I look at when the bill was created back in 1995, which I'm sure you've heard all day today, it is time for it to be updated. But, when I look at it, I think of 3 things. It looked like it was created to create a strong, financially viable local government, to develop a clearer and fairer provincial municipal partnership, and to rationalize service provisions, which I see Bill 340 in doing. This bill that we do support, will give new opportunities to help communities support the changing needs and strains of many Nova Scotians, and the strains that have been becoming more apparent than ever. And it will help communities become more sustainable, especially with economic growth, which is all needed every day. When I look at the proposed amendments for the Corrections Act, education, housing, capacity grant formula, roads, infrastructure, I'm pretty sure we all have the same sort of concerns and challenges in our municipalities. But when you're looking at those proposed amendments, that'll allow municipalities many opportunities to bring growth and changes that are needed. Benefits for Kentville, we look at the capacity grant, corrections, housing. Now, the corrections and housing we have on our bills in red, so taxpayers can see that. We also look at the 50-50 cost share that's on the table right now. We would definitely benefit from some of that pool that's out there to get our name in. And like many challenges right now that we would have, for example, housing, homelessness, we're working on an active transportation plan. There's so many things that the extra finances would help us keep creating. Lastly, when I looked at the Municipal Government Act, it talks about, the discussions between municipal and provincial government. It enhances the ability of councils to respond to present and future issues in their municipalities. And I see that truly being what Bill 340 will do for us. I know there has been many hours from many leaders in discussions to work on this Bill 340, from Municipal Housing and Affairs to NSFM, and many of the municipal leaders who took part in all of these Zoom communications and consultations. I want to thank them for that. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. And we'll now pass it over to the committee for questions, starting with MLA Sheehy Richard.
Hi there. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm not sure where to look, but earlier today, your mayor was here, and one of my colleagues asked a question about the breakdown of these contributions on your tax bills, and we looked that up, and she had indicated that you do break down the amounts that you collect for the province on your tax bills, but we didn't see them there. So I was just wondering if those contributions go into your general resource pool, or are they listed as she had indicated, if you know. Thank you.
Right off the top,
Councillor Huntley, sorry.
I apologize. Right off the top, I wish I had done my research on that question, or if I had my bill in my hand. I know some of it will go in general, for sure, but the amount of that I can't speak to, so my apologies.
Thank you. MLA Nickel.
Thank you. And Councillor Huntley, I just wanted to ask, the whole reason with the bill was, what I understand, is removing housing and corrections from municipal units, but you're still speaking of a plan to respond to the housing needs. So could you clarify that for me, please?
Absolutely.
Councillor Huntley, sorry.
That's okay. Sorry about that. When I speak to housing, I think of the savings that this bill will help us with. So that money that we would save, for example, if it's $87,000, I'll put that number out there, then we know that in some of the projects that say we have going on right now, we know that that money then could be there to work towards a piece of that project. That's all. That's what I meant.
Seeing no other questions at this time from the committee members, I want to thank you, Councillor Huntley, for joining us this afternoon. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you very much, members. I'm back. So with that being our last speaker, what I am going to do is ask for a motion to close the public hearing, and then if there are any amendments, we'll go to those after that. So do I have a motion to close public hearing? MLA Craig, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that presentations on Bill number 340, the Municipal Reform 2023 Act, now be concluded.
So we have a motion to close the public hearing on these. All those in favor with signify with aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. That is carried. And with that, hang on. I will ask, I recognize there's some amendments, so I'm going to ask for a motion.
We're just passing the NDP 2.
Okay. So what I will do is I'll ask for a motion. So we'll take the amendments that are being passed around to members now. Two.
Does everybody, I'm sorry to, oh, here comes number one now. Do we all have, there's two NDP amendments?
I think they're just moving NDP 2.
We're just moving to.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you meant two as in two amendments coming forward. Okay, so I would recognize MLA Coombs, please, for an amendment.
Thank you. I ask the committee to draw their attention to LAC NDP 2, and we move that page 4, clause 14, add after proposed subsection 8.3 the following subsections. 4, notwithstanding subsection 2, the total municipal financial capacity grants payable to municipalities in a fiscal year may not be at an amount less than double the total municipal financial capacity grants paid to municipalities in the fiscal year immediately preceding the coming into force of this section. 5, notwithstanding subsection 2, the total municipal financial capacity grants payable to municipalities in a fiscal year may not be an amount less than total the amounts payable to the previous fiscal year, adjusted in accordance with any change in the consumer price index as determined by Statistics Canada. Just one second. Page 4, add immediately after clause 18 the following heading and clause. Cape Breton Regional Municipality. 19. The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing shall, within 1 year of the coming into force of this section, consult and negotiate with the Cape Breton Regional Municipality on a separate funding agreement that accounts for the unique challenges and needs of the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, renumber accordingly. And so what this will allow for is the doubling of the municipal capacity grant, which was recommended by the SIMGAR Advisory Committee. And it also allows for the adjustment of the capacity grant within the Consumer Price Index, also as recommended by the SIMGAR Advisory Committee. It also will allow for a new negotiated deal with the CBRM within 1 year. This is what NSFM has asked for. CBRM has asked for it, that they have their own agreement. This is what other municipalities have also stated with regards to the CBRM, that they should have their own agreement. And it also falls in line with what the SIMGAR report was, and that was the doubling of the financial capacity grant and adjusted to Consumer Price Index. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily. I guess they didn't pick any of that up. Thank you very much, MLA Coombs. I'd recognize MLA Mumberket for discussion, please.
Sure. Thank you. I'll forgive you for forgetting Bobby. We'll support, of course, the motion, and really the rationale being we learned a lot today. We learned a lot. It was great. I really appreciate the feedback that we've received, not only from the CBRM, but towns and representatives, whether they were elected or part of staff throughout the province. You know, really what we learned, of course, and what we've all been saying is that for many municipalities, this is a good deal. So we're very happy for them. We heard that from a number of stakeholders today. And again, as I said in my comments previous, before we got to this point, is that this has been conversations that's been going on for years. So we're at a point now where there's an agreement on the table that will be beneficial to some communities. But also what we learned more today, and it's always great, this process, to hear from folks, is that it solidified the fact that the SIMGAR committee made recommendations to the government. They made recommendations around the capacity grant, which the government did not support. They made recommendations around freezing education costs, which the government did not support. So I really, it's hard to hear that, just because I know that, I don't know the members of the committee, everybody that was involved with the committee, but I do know that they went out and they consulted and they did their work, and they made some pretty strong recommendations when it came to what communities needed. And that included the CBRM at the time, and they rejected them. For whatever reason, the government said no. So, hence, that's in the motion put forward, the amendment put forward by my colleague. So there's that side of it for me too as well. And as we heard today, and it was great to listen to some of the stakeholders from the towns. They're very happy with the agreement. The ones that we've heard. But again, it also solidified the fact that for making the comparison and putting CBRM in the bill, it's massively different, the level of services that CBRM has to provide compared to the rest of the communities in a population that is 10 times the size. And I'm not being divisive or debatable, but like we heard it firsthand today from elected officials and from staff. You have a community that is 100,000 strong, that's trying to build its assets for growth, which we all want in the province. We want growth. They're listening to what the government says around population growth and their targets, and they're saying we need to be able to have the capacity to actually do the infrastructure to reach that goal. So I'm really proud of CBRM. They didn't come in combative today. They're happy for the other communities. They're very happy for the municipalities that it supports. But they put some legit suggestions and feedback to the government to say, listen, this doesn't have to end like this. We can sit down collectively between governments. Here's a number of amendments, and I give credit to my colleagues on the other side who are listening to this and asking good questions today. That there is a path forward, and I thought today was very helpful because I hope everybody saw firsthand the challenges that the community is facing at home. As I said, the MOU works for communities. That's fantastic. We wish them all the best, but obviously for all of us today, we heard firsthand the challenges and the growth and the opportunities that CBRM has. And what they're saying is, don't reduce it now. Take SIMGAR's recommendations. Look at your education costs. Look at your capacity grant. And for us, we can get into letters all day long, but like the charter conversation was one that wasn't a legit conversation. The MOU is more important than the charter, in my opinion. I think if you have the foundation of the MOU done, then you can write a charter which can give CBRM that identity, if they want to pursue. So we're going to support the recommendation because obviously a lot of this is what the mayor and council and staff asked for today in their recommendations, and I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you very much, MLA. Do we have any other discussion on this? Any other discussion? No more discussion? Then I'll call for a motion, or call for a vote, please.
Recorded vote.
We do have a request for a recorded vote, which we can do. So I will start with members on the government side. This is a in support or against the motion that's on the floor, the amendment. And we'll start with Councillor Craig. Having council, too much, a lot of council stuff here today. Too much, a lot of council stuff today. My apologies, MLA Craig. Yes or no?
No.
Thank you, MLA Ritzy.
No.
MLA Barkhouse.
No.
MLA Harrison.
No.
MLA Nickel.
Yes.
MLA Mumberket.
Yes.
MLA Coombs.
Yes.
MLA Burrell. And I'm a no. So that's 5-4. That's failed. Do we have a motion to refer the original motion back to the House? Recognize MLA Craig, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill number 340, Municipal Reform 2023 Act, be reported back to the House without amendment.
Thank you very much. All those in favor with that motion, please signify aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. And that does it for today, folks. Thank you all very much for your cooperation.